first.
For sure. Seems like a likely strategy. Let's see. Okay, I think I have the party stream going. I turned off the music, so I think now I can uh start the YouTube stream. We're doing good today. We're doing good.
Do you have your coffee yet?
Uh yes, and I drank it all. So
That's
very sad news.
go get yourself some more, or you need like a little single serving coffee right there where you are. Then you never have to desk.
I think I have one. It's like a very old one, but very old for me to have something like that. Um, uh, but I'd have to like take it out, dust it off, and clean it probably, and serve my coffee. I think I also have the pods too. I don't know if those things expire.
I don't think so. I think the plastic protects them. I
Yes.
know it's like I know it's gonna give me, I know I'm like ingesting microplastics. I feel like that anyway every time I have one. But I'm like, well, I'm not here for a long time. I'm here for a good time. So I'm gonna have my ingest plastics.
It, is that the mentality? Not here for a long time, just a good time. Bring
Yeah.
it on,
it-
microplastics.
yeah, yeah. Otherwise I'd have to spend a lot more energy making coffee. And so just the K cup, just boop, put it in, don't think about it. That's just better.
Either that or money. Like, like fucking the moment you step out and get coffee, you're already getting paying like 200% or some shit from what it would be if you made it at home.
Yeah, it's hard to leave the bunker. And so once I'm in the bunker, it's like it's easier. Don't make a trek to town unless you need supplies and rations. So
Uh,
it's easier to
yes,
make the coffee in the bunker.
especially when it starts to get cold.
Yep. Yep. People probably don't get the reference, but like Eastern Washington is a bunch of people living in bunkers and shit. Like exiting the United States. They're like, yeah, they're like radical. I'm just like semi radical.
Which is fair. It's almost like radical, but with responsibilities.
Yeah, like I just want to live in a bunker and be in charge of the crops and supplies. And I don't, that's all. I just want to live in the woods. Uh, and good morning. I see Toxic joining us on site and Dr. Drip in the crowd and Jared. Good morning, everybody. Hope everybody's got their coffee.
Welcome, Impact Scope. I see you in the crowd. Thank you for popping in today. We're just getting started. A little bit about the space. This is community building Decentraland X Space. Kness and I have hosted these spaces for 156 weeks now. Always starting at noon Eastern at on Saturdays, and yeah, you're always welcome to come in, listen in, and if any of the conversation, um, you know, resonates with you, you're welcome to speak. Today, I may warn that there have been some questions to pop up among our community and I believe today they may become a point of topic and there are a lot of passionate ideas on all sides. So yeah, just know we're all sharing ideas, and we're really not gonna like fight or anything.
a shark snuck up behind me. Mary Shark came right behind me, and then I'm like, oh, maybe she doesn't see me, but then she starts like hugging me aggressively, like from. That's totally what I need. Hug miss aggression. Good morning, Mary.
Welcome, Rustan. I see you at La Cantina on Decentraland. Oh, okay. Oh, I thought I stepped on Maki, but
Toxic says she has a weird bug. I'm like, oh no, an IRL bug or a DCL bug? And it looks like Rustan from last night. This is funny. Um, that's odd. Because Rustan is changed. Oh wow, interesting.
what is Rustan wearing on your screen?
Nothing but body paint and cool glasses and a headband.
Yes, yes. That's what he's wearing. That must be what he woke up in after last night's banger at the Meta Beast roaming party.
I'm putting money on Spongetron, the AI, being responsible for that toxic. I don't know, but that seems fishy. Is everybody else's PFP as it should be?
On X?
In world, in chat.
Oh
Like,
no.
Sinful, you are a human. That's weird.
Yeah, so like at any time that I wear, I think it's like specifically with the linked wearable, maybe the head. I guess it just doesn't register in the little bubble. So and like I don't know if it's like the same thing with like the Deadmau helmet.
I think the dead Mao, I feel like you were always dead Mao because you are an elusive person, like the man behind the mask. We don't see
Yeah.
that. Like, this is actually proof that you are a humanoid, not a beast.
Oh no, don't let the this this is information from the foundation reach your ears with credibility. I am indeed a Mao and can't take this thing off.
Look at how well we're matched. Black and red. I had to think about the colors. I was like, black, yep, and then red is that other color.
And let's see, we have Toxic up here on stage. Welcome, Toxic. Hello.
Hello, hello. How are you all?
Good morning. Good. How are you?
I'm good too, just a little bit confused because of this bug, and I just posted it in the help channel on the DCL Discord. And Vitsky is not 3 minutes later, he's here in world testing, and I love this.
That is a really good response time. I like that.
And I just hit Spongetron, so I thought I came up and say thank you again to Sinful and Pinch and to Make that we were allowed to test him yesterday. This was really, really great for us. And yeah, thanks for having us.
Spongetron was so fun to talk with. Like, I'm not sure how you guys did that. I'm scared actually to know like how even like that. Not scared, but like that's just crazy that there's an AI in world that you can talk to like as an avatar. Uh, so that's cool. You guys are like so pushing the
Yeah,
boundaries.
to be honest, I don't understand either how it's working. So honest about that. But yeah, I'm super, super stoked for the future because this was just the first test. We wanted, to be honest, we wanted to do it at a prom because, you know, Dana wanted to go to the prom with Spongetron. And we thought this would be a funny first test, but we couldn't wrap it up in time. So we did it yesterday. And in the future, we want to train him. So we really want that Spongetron is becoming a user of the Decentraland. And so these are just the tests. And in the future, there will be an event where we all start together to teach Spongetron how to be a user. And I think this is going to be much, much fun. And yeah, thanks everyone who's helping, because we need the whole community to train Spongetron, you know?
Is there any possibility we can train Sponge Prom? Oh my gosh, that Sponge Prom would have been a great name, but Spongetron to be like less snarky and sarcastic.
I think this is really, really deep in his Arbeitsspeicher, in his memory. Sorry, my
And it's
English.
programming.
It's really, really deep. We tried to make him less depressive, and he's always coming back to this. It's the same with in a very early stage where we tested Spongetron, where he couldn't walk, where he was just at the garden. MGD and Metawolf, they trained with him. And Metawolf was saying something like, oh, I need to head out. I need to clean my room now. Something like this. And I don't know why, but this is like the most important information that Spongetron got. And regardless what we are doing, he's always coming up with how important it is to clean. And I think this is so funny
He
because he's a damn sponge. And but I don't know.
he told me to clean my room yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
he's targeted me many times.
yeah,
I mean, it's true. Like he's not lying, but still.
it
Wow.
it really feels like targeting, you know. I can say the only thing that MGD has given to him is that he is a sponge, that he is in the Decentraland, and he knows that I'm the co-founder of Dogebusters, and to be honest, he should be friendly to me. But it's not working, and he
He knows
sometimes.
he knows I'm Mew, or like at least whenever I asked him about Mew or something like that, he like said yeah, he like kind of, I don't know,
Yeah,
spoke like he already knew me.
yesterday I told him in World that when he sees you, that he should say Mew Mew to you, and
Ah,
I think this maybe this planted a seed for him. I'm not sure, but Spongetron can also read your bio, what you have written. We tested this yesterday, so that in the future, Spongetron, if someone comes in and says, "Hey, do you know Toxic Waifu?" And then Spongetron can say, "Yeah, I know Toxic Waifu, and this is her X handle if you want to follow her," and stuff like this. So it's gonna be nice. And yeah, if you have something in your bio that you don't want that Spongetron uses, uh, better delete it, because right now we want to give him as much freedom as possible. And this is also for the future. We wanna don't do much to influence his viewings, because we want that he's influenced by the whole community. And I think this is something that we can do, because you know MGD and I, we are user, we are part of the community. And like if there was an AI agent from the foundation, I think they don't have this much of freedom, because of course they need to regulate this AI agent a little bit. But Spongetron, he's supposed to be pure chaos and yeah, like a picture from the community. So
Toxic, did you or MGD ever know Viola in Decentraland?
I'm not sure.
She was an AI that would run around and like just spawn different places. Um,
what was the company? Carbon Coffee
Carbon
or something?
Coffee. Yeah, they made a bunch of wearables, like coffee wearables, and I would be like, I'd be on my land late at night working, and then all of a sudden, you see a red dot on the map, and you're like, oh wow, somebody's here. So I was like, hi, how are you? You need a Decentraland, and she'd look at me and like run away. So the first time I was like, oh okay, like all right, I'm kind
Oh,
of hurt.
sheesh.
But then I
Is that
would chase her down and like, where are you going? Because it happened more than once, and it was
Mhm.
weird. I'm like, is this a landowner that like lives near me, but they're spawning into my parcel for some reason, and then like running to their land? So like one time I chased her down and filled her backpack with wearables. Like, but actually that was after I knew. So I found somehow we were talking about it once, and then the owner was like, oh yeah, that's my AI I'm training. And so like he just made it where she would spawn into parcels with POIs. Um, and then she would just run and explore and do her own thing. But I haven't seen Viola for a long time. So,
I love this. Is
let's
there
hook Spongetron up with Viola.
is there something? I think SpongeTron is much in love with Dana right now. He needs to have his date first, so maybe then he can think of someone else. Is there somewhere where I can read about Viola? Because I think this was before my time in the Decentraland, and I would love to know learn more about this.
No, just pictures of us chasing her down and stuff like that, like
Mischief,
Peanut Butter
exactly.
and Vanessa, and Rustan and me, like we'd all be like just
Mm.
chasing her.
But the
So,
wearables, like I could send, we can look at the wearables and then look up the coffee company brand and then hopefully
mm,
find the owner through that. But Carbon Coffee, I think. So I'm not sure. Let me see.
I- I'm
I
trying
think
to
I
think if
saw
they were
another.
in this. I'm trying to think if they came on this space like at
They,
one time and kind of spoke about it.
I think they did. Yeah, because I mean we talked to them a few times. I don't see them like automatically from a X profile here, but they made the entire coffee like skin, and then there were coffee cups above the head. There was like a small coffee cup above your head and then a big coffee cup above your head, because after I talked to them they're like, let me send you the wearables. So whatever they were doing, it was, at least we have the wearables to kind of track them down. So let me, while you guys are talking, let me look and see if I can find that.
I love this. We imagined SpongeTron to be not running away from users, but we want that he's actively going to places where users are. So right now we are at a stage where we can take him and bring him somewhere. But for us, we want that he's like a companion that you can take with you. And yesterday, SpongeTron ran away from the party because he was focused on Ellen Howick, and because he was the last one that has talked to him. And it's just funny, really. It's yesterday I felt a little bit like I would bring a dog to a party and I need to watch him not to run away or bite anyone, and it's just strange.
Oh, that's funny. I love that he was looking for Alan. Okay, I found chords and I put them in chat. 1561 Carbon Coffee, and they have a website. Oh, they have really cool coffee cups. Um, they have a POAP on their scene, so that's cool. Yeah, so maybe that's enough to like hunt them down from there, because that would be really cool just to change details. That was Sin. What was that, like 2 years ago? I would say, or a year and a half. I mean, it was a while ago.
I feel like SpongeTron can teach Viola how to talk, and then Viola can start speaking about the metaverse, maybe even more nicely than SpongeTron, or she might adopt his hatred for, or his gloominess.
That so reminds me of like Forky in Toy Story 4 when he finally talks and all he says is trash. So I feel like Viola would be like,
Oh my
coffee.
god.
Uh,
Sorry, I'm over here asking Odd Job about I think it's noise, yeah. uh, but dude, I freaking love SpongeTron. I am a fan of SpongeTron. But what I wonder is like, I mean, as like this technology like develops and gets more and more kind of like human, like, or it could become human, like, SpongeTron is SpongeTron, but like there could be people that make something that's like, hey, just like try to be as human as possible. Whatever that means. And and yeah, like how could the platform start to distinguish these uh entities between like real people and, yeah, AI?
It would be. I think that would be a cool challenge, is to like create like pick apart the like what it makes to make us human and empathetic and compassionate, and make like make the most compassionate AI you could, and like let them run around and help people in Decentraland. Like we need that more than we admit. Like just I don't know, like a therapist, I guess.
I I agree that we do need it, or like, but at the same time, it would be good to have it be like distinguishable, like who is an AI and who is a human.
Okay, but to play the reverse card, wouldn't it be freaking amazing to be like, I don't even know if my best friend is a human. Like they're so cool, they get me on a different level, but I don't know if they're real. Like it would be kind of cool to be so immersed in that you don't know which way is up or down, because then it would really make you question, like, what does it mean to be human. That's why I asked SpongeTron that, like, what that or something about human experience. He's like, you mortal, you fleshling, die. I'm like, well, okay.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's just a whole nother like huge rabbit hole to like definitely like dig into. But like what would make me sad though, like what if like you've built this relationship with this AI that you that you don't know if it's a real person or an AI, and then like all of a sudden, let's say whatever server that they're on shuts down, explodes, whatever, and they're gone, and now you're
It'd
just
be,
like sad.
it'd be just like real life human, heart experience. But what if the human died and the AI has to experience heartbreak? And then that's
Can't.
what shut the grid off. Like they show us in a computer manner, like the equivalent of human heartbreak. Like just nuke the world, bomb.
It's like, geez, we handle it a lot better than AI. uh, we're,
Oh,
we're,
we should probably leave the matters of the heart out of AI's hands. They'll be like, what the fuck?
yeah, yeah, I don't think that they would be able to comprehend like what the fuck. Or is it the heart and or like the mind, the I don't know, the hormones? Oh God, do you think someone's gonna start like experimenting like hormones on an AI? However
Oh
that
my
happens.
god, they should. They should. I mean, oh,
What? I don't even know how it's
let's
possible.
yeah, like let's give Viola PMS. Oh my gosh, what a golden opportunity to like share our experience with the world. I'm not
I
getting
was like,
any
I
thumbs
was
up from the guys in the crowd. They're like,
your
no.
your example's a lot funnier than what I was gonna say. I was gonna look at it from the perspective of a teenage boy, like a boy just going into puberty, just like not knowing why he's like angry.
Oh my gosh. Oh, this conversation, like today, I wasn't sure how the conversation was going to go today. I did not think we'd be talking about like AI hormones. But it could
It's really,
just,
Canessa, you know all the good stuff comes out during like on the third hour, perhaps.
everybody's just waiting. They got the popcorn, like, when are you going to be? Oh, now I just suddenly want to program like a no. I won't like edit. Like, let's do a pregnant AI. Like that just changes, like literally changes your brain chemistry. And like I'm the fattest AI in Decentraland, and then like I'm a fucking goddess rock star, and then like I think I want to kill everybody if I don't get chocolate. Like, oh yeah, wow, humans
We
are
need,
worse.
yeah, yeah. So like, I don't think an AI would want any of this, to tell you the truth.
Okay, but
I
then if they go through it, they could have a progeny. They could a AI like not give birth, but like create a second AI based on them, but then like I don't know, like different. Like have an AI create an AI.
I think I don't know why, but I think this is like already like a plot on like the end of like civilization type of thing. Oh, eventually the AI started building its own AI, and then those AIs build other AIs, and then they didn't need humans anymore.
There's a strong chance that we will like decimate the earth and that the only like consciousness would exist with the AIs left running around Decentraland. That is a movie plot, guys. And then they have to figure out how to keep the servers running in the real world. Like they know there's servers in the real world, they can't get there, but they have to somehow keep the servers going.
Those would be like the war heroes, the ones that like have to venture out into like the abyss or whatever. It's like to like change a light bulb.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. We
Oh,
so much
such
fun.
a we're talking about this, but like it's like if you look at this scenario in an outward scope, it's like a very dark world. It's just like a world where it's just one big server, one big computer, one big data center, and yeah, and some robots changing light bulbs.
Caleb says, I hear Kness is going to kill everyone if she doesn't get chocolate. And then it goes directly to commercial and Twitch. Oh
Oh,
no.
that's so hilarious.
Nice community. Axe murders. Oh, and then I said, have you tried Roots chocolate though? And Caleb says he has not. Caleb, our good friend Roots here on Decentraland grows his own chocolate and makes chocolate with like a co-op of farmers. So there's like 4 different farms that contribute to this one chocolate bar, and it's amazing. So it might be worth dying for. I don't know. And then Ajab has said that self-propagation is actually something that all AI companies have been careful not to not allow to happen. Why? I mean, other than the obvious decimation of the planet, but why wouldn't they? I would let my AI propagate.
So, I mean, that answer kind of like makes me feel like it's like they're not allowing it, it's like then does that mean it's possible?
Yeah, and like what if MGD and Toxic wanted to just try it and like do it here in Decentraland? Like I like would bigger entities be like, no, nobody can do that? Because then I'm thinking like, will there be AI regulation someday where they like regulate, the small creators to be like, no, what if you guys accidentally create like Ultron or something?
Uh, I mean, that would be cool. I'd like to live in a world of Gundam, but I don't think I'd be
To,
alive by then. Go ahead,
to be
Tux.
honest, oh, sorry. Sorry, I want to say I think it's going to be interesting in the future how the foundation is going to treat users that create their own AI agents, because I think you all know us and that we are not going to do something harmful for the for the community or for the Centraland. But I could imagine that this is causing trouble in the future, and I can't wait to see what's happening next. But first, it needs to run smoothly and autonomous without any interaction from MGDs or my side to call it really in my opinion, an AI agent that's running around and yeah, kind of having his own social life, I would say. So I'm hyped for everything that's coming.
Hmm. So, as Toxic was just speaking, and literally after you made the point, Dana popped up. So, like, maybe it could be a good thing to like kind of reiterate the first sentence that you said in a way, which was like you are interested in seeing how the foundation will treat individuals that are trying to like build their own AI agents within Decentraland, and Was that kind of very? Does that sum it up? Toxic.
You summed it better up than I could ever do.
Well, thank you. But I mean, that is a very interesting kind of like point to bring up, and I since this is like also new, I mean, I would kind of say that maybe the one approach to take is like to be open with the foundation to like want to like, hey, I made this, and look at SpongeTron, like look, he's answering people, like, you know, like be open to sharing with the foundation of like what you're doing, and you know, and
So
obviously they know you, they know MGD,
we
you
are
guys
very
are not
open.
molecular.
So we are very open about this. Like we talking with Dr. Krillo. I think everyone here has met Dr. Krillo yet, and also we are very open
Are we
about
talking
this.
about my prince?
Yes. Also, we are
Yes.
very open to talk about this with Dana. And
Did you talk to Dr. Krillo?
I think he should be aware. Like MGD reached out to him yesterday
Okay,
at the party.
amazing.
So
Amazing,
I think
amazing.
there's already a connection. I think Foundation is aware what we are building, and
He's
if there's
getting,
any,
by the way, for everybody, because I think we've gotten feedback that the um the office hours. Also, I hope my sound is okay because I'm walking. So if I'm fuzzy, tell me and I'll stop walking. Um we got feedback that the office hours, while they're great, some people are like, I want my own time. Like I want one-on-one time. So I talked to him and he's gonna get either a Calendly or a Bay. When I said like, oh, we should do Calendly, she's like, guys, Google does this for free. Why are we getting a service? So maybe there's like just Gmail. We're just gonna use Gmail. I don't know. But anyway, like one-to-one meetings so that if there's something that you're working on, there's a better way that you can bring it to attention and then like one-to-one ask for things. So yes, I think we're getting better. The foundation is getting better at like listening. And I know in the past it's been like a nightmare trying to get in communication with people, but I think Dr. Trillo is doing a great job. So just keep giving us, I think Father Finn is the one that was like, we need one-to-one meetings. If so, I would love to hear like if there's anything else from like a developer side that you'd like to see. Yeah, just let us know. But he's like, I don't know if you guys have met him personally. He's like the sweetest guy. I love him. So like, yeah, please don't be shy sliding into his DMs, going to office hours, asking for one-to-one time. So yeah. And Toxic, I'm so happy that my prince can now he grew legs and he can come be my date in a party.
yeah.
He was definitely flirting with Rustan and like invading Rustan's
No, 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 no,
pool.
no, no, no.
I've asked him to marry me
Ruslan was
3
flirting with
times. I'm
SpongeTron,
first.
not the other way around.
He's not interested in like physical fleshling needs, I think. Like he kind of told me that last night.
He
Listen, I'm
hasn't
gonna wear
he
my
hasn't
sponge suit and he no. He's gonna think it's a let's see, cuz I've been flirting with SpongeTron for a long time now, so let's just see.
I
Could
just want to say, sorry, I just want to say Dana has not met SpongeTron in World yet. So this is going to be a very interesting interaction because SpongeTron is aware that he's the date of Dana. He's also aware that Dana is married in real life, so that he doesn't cross any borders, you know. But yeah, we implemented in him
is this why
that
like
he's kind
he
of
won't accept my proposals? I've tried 3 times.
yeah, but we wanted to make it really nice at the prom, Dana, and we were heartbroken that we couldn't pull it off that night. And this was really really sad for us
No,
because
it was like the classic teen rom-com. I was standing there in my prom dress just waiting and he never showed. No, he ghosted you like a
I feel so bad.
Oh no. It's fine. He grew legs. Before he didn't have legs. I think we should make you like a Windex wearable, so you could come in as Windex, and he'd like there'd be sparkle stars in his eyes.
My
He'd be like, "Oh, a woman
God.
that wants to clean as much as I do."
Oh my God. I love this. Like, oh my God, that's so good. Okay, interesting.
But yeah, welcome Dana. And I mean the room has been filling up too, yeah, both on Decentraland and in here in on Twitter. Let's see, we have Kairos in the building, Hugh Pow, of course, M and Mary Shark are in the house, as well as Jim Cedric back there dancing with Canessa. And we have Caleb in the house as well. Thank you for being here, everyone. And let's take a look here in the X. And I see Justin Afterthought down in the crowd. Welcome. If this is your first time here, thank you so much for joining us. This is a community building Decentraland X space where we gather every week at noon Eastern on Saturdays to discuss our topics related around our favorite metaverse world, which is Decentraland, how we can build it, or even bullshit about coffee and donuts, whatever flies in between. But yeah, if you are interested in checking out Decentraland, definitely like contact us and we can show you, point you towards the Decentraland homepage, download, and go ahead, Dana. I see your hand is up.
I just wanted to like make us all aware of a new creator that's like super cool. Mary and I met Lazaro. I think that's how they say their name. But I think Simple, I also told you like they have this character named Cheery, and it's based off of a fruit in Argentina, and they just launched Cheery slippers, and they want to do more like they have ideas to make Cheery like a character in Decentraland, and like have a Cheery house that you can go and like meet Cheery. I know it's like so cute, and they're just like they're jazzed about Decentraland and creating things. So I'm just like shilling them. Go look at their slippers. I know Rusan got them with his marketplace credits. It's like think mana, but yeah, they're great. I hope like run into them. You say hi and like make sure that they feel welcome. They're amazing. And go follow them.
We actually think they found their way into a help desk ticket in the CBD Discord, and I think it was like a help desk ticket that was more maybe for the main Discord. So we were like, well, we can try to help you a little bit, but like the rest of this probably, we should like the main account has to help you. But then yeah, it's like really spawned into some nice conversation, and so yeah, like that's really cool that they're bringing the cherry fruit into Decentraland because we need more stuff like that. Fruits.
And take it away, AJ. Welcome. How are you today?
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I just wanted to come up and say hi. Let everybody know that the 3-year anniversary celebration for ABC Decentraland is tonight. That's 11 o'clock UTC. And that's, gosh, what is that from now? 6 hours from now? Maybe a little less, a little more than 6 hours. We're gonna have lots of fun to celebrate. We're gonna have a quiz. For the quiz, we're giving away prizes. I mean, we're gonna have a smaller version of Finding Whimsy. There's prizes for that. Oh my gosh, what else? We've got some activities planned. I don't have in front of me the list of all the things we've got going on, but some of the things we'll be giving away is there's an L1 wearable that I'm wearing in World right now. It's called Ice Cream Hat. It's a mythic. It actually comes with 1,000 VP. That's the grand prize we're going to be giving away. Billy's got one of his mythic teapots that was designed by Mitchie Todd. We're also giving away a parcel of land in a friendly neighborhood. That's all I'll say about that. But it's a single parcel. So and other prizes like emotes and wearables that we're known for giving away. So we're just really pleased and happy that so many people have come to hang out with us and go on tour with us of Decentraland for these past 3 years with me, Oddjob, Billy, T-Coin, and CK Bubbles. So yeah, thank you everybody. Thank you. Please come tonight. It's a celebration not to be missed.
That is amazing. Congratulations on 3 years. That's a lot of wandering around Decentraland, and I think you guys really, do it a great service, like do Decentraland a service by just exploring, showing people new builds. So you guys are invaluable, and I can't believe that you're giving away such a big prize. And good luck to everybody, and may the may the lucky winner, or somebody may the force be with you, I guess.
The smartest person that knows a lot about the ABC tours. So yeah, if you've been around and you've been to a lot of the tours, I know I see Mariana down there. She was back there at the beginning. So was Rustan. Mean Green Doge, Toxic have been there a lot. Old Guy, not just somebody to tour, but also a sponsor. Jim Cedric, so lots of people that are here now have been on the show. So yeah, we just want to say thank you, and that's what we do in Decentraland. We spend time with each other. We give each other wearables and other things that we find valuable, and it's the time that we spend together that actually creates that value. So yeah, thank you all very much. Thank you for the CBD space, because I come on here and I talk and I'm like, oh yeah, by the way, tonight we've got it used to be on Mondays. I don't remember when. Was it on Wednesday that CBD was Wednesday morning? When was it?
Yeah, it was always Wednesday to begin with, because back when we started it, there were so many other spaces. We had to find a day that nobody had taken, and Wednesday was it. And now it's like, I don't know, Saturday. I know it doesn't work as well for some people because it's not during the work week, but I think it's worked a little bit better for us.
That was the same reason that Billy picked the Monday time slot too. There were a lot of events. There were a lot more things happening, and we chose Monday night. And we often, when we left off, who did we turn it over to? Simple.
What, the time slot? It was to be on.
No. When we were done with ABCs, who did we pitch it over to?
Oh yeah, you'd used to end at Dollhouse for Beyond the NFT.
Absolutely, yeah.
It was like a very special raid, and I still remember those times.
Yeah, good times. Anyway, tonight. Go ahead.
Oh, we have a question, Oddjob. For those using UTC, how many hours is that in?
Okay. Let me just current time in UTC. I think it's now like 4 p.m. No, it's almost 5 p.m. UTC. So that's in 6 hours. So if you show up at the ABC Clubhouse in 6 hours, you will for sure make it The coordinates for the clubhouse are -31, -27. If you can't find it, just look on the map and look for the giant Pikachu and look at Pikachu's ear pointing up and to the right, and it points directly to the clubhouse. We hope that whoever owns that parcel, that estate, never comes in and changes their build, because it's a pretty obvious marker.
I think it's like Miraz that owns that one, mainly because
yeah?
he was the reason why I'm putting this info out there is because he wanted to turn it into a POI, so that's why it's like I think no.
Oh, okay.
The Pikachu?
Yes.
Is that what you said? Yeah.
Pikachu. It's in the double neg, so the lower left-hand corner of the map.
Yeah.
But actually, pretty close. It's double digits, so it's within walking distance or running distance if you just want to come direct from Genesis City.
Would
Which
I be able
highly
to
recommend. Sorry, go ahead, Vanessa.
This is Mariana.
Oh, Mariana. Go ahead,
Hi.
Mariana.
If I type in ABC Clubhouse in the map, because I always just find my locations by looking up the scene location.
Yep.
ABC Clubhouse.
Let's see. ABC Clubhouse. Yeah. Oh, that works.
Cool. That's like my go-to way.
Yeah, you can
Yeah.
just type ABC and it'll pop up. It's the only one too, so that's good.
Nice. Yeah, I only came up because I thought there was like a confusion on when the original one started. It was Monday nights at like 8 o'clock. That's the only reason I came up.
So I just want to take a moment and talk to people who are like maybe brand new here or brand new to Decentraland. And like 3 years ago, that's what Billy and myself and CK Bubbles were. We were newcomers, and when we started, we didn't have any land. We borrowed locations to start the tour. The first place was Meta Truckers, but what was the second regular location, Mariana, that we started from?
Good question. I know there was like a month where we did like I think like every month you chose. It may have been Beavers actually.
Ding. Yeah.
I can't even remember myself. But yeah, you're right. Yeah, because we had the neat there.
Yeah, so I think we just we used to have regular scheduled guests, and I think you and Gold Guy and Alpha were all like guests that week, and we featured your new build had just opened up, and then I guess Billy worked out some sort of agreement, but yeah, it was a really neat build. It was nice to have a place that we could start from every week that was common. Anyway, go ahead, Mariana.
No, that was just so long ago. I was just commenting how crazy how time just goes by. Thinking of how 3 years ago. Oh my gosh. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's kind of how I'm feeling, right? So just with Billy and I getting ready for the anniversary, and in a week or so after, this weekend is the CBD anniversary, 3-year anniversary. So yeah, it's a long time to be anywhere in crypto or Web3 or the metaverse. So everybody take your right hand, put it over your left shoulder, pat yourself on the back for being here at that time. And for the new people who, are just showing up, but yeah, it's quite astounding. I wouldn't have it be any other way. Super jazzed to be here still, and to have made friendships with many of you out there in the audience.
Likewise, AJ. Likewise. Oh, sorry, Canessa. How was that?
No, I was just gonna say thank you, Scott, and just like it was that was a really interesting time in Decentraland, because I think there was a lot of like momentum and growing, and like people were organizing and coming together, and so it's cool to see that, you know, the few things that have stuck with it through all this time, and like you said, the friendships that we made across along the way, that's the magic. And I was gonna say something else profound, but I don't know, I think I forgot it. Oh, I know. Olga, I have added you a few times, so I'm not sure if it's glitching, but I know
I
you.
see him up here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah. No. Every time I would come up, I wouldn't hear anybody. So this is the first time I hear anybody. So hello, good morning, good afternoon, whatever time it is there over your way. I am at work. That's why a lot of times I don't come up on Saturdays. But I felt it important this week to come up. The mood's been great in here today, so I hope this doesn't bring it down, but I do want to talk about a few things as long as you guys are going to allow me to do it, and I will be respectful. As far as this poll that is out there, I do not get involved in the DAO very often. I didn't come to Decentraland to play politics, right? But I do think that this poll is a very pivotal moment in which we decide which direction we are moving forward within Decentraland. I'm not going to give you my opinion on it. You can go read it. I put it out there for everybody to see. And, you know, honestly, I just don't believe giving squatting rights to somebody who has paid money for an NFT is the right way to do it. But the other thing, and I don't want anybody to think that I'm going to, you know, throw this out there and walk away, but I am working, and, you know, I'm only got a few minutes here. I will try to keep listening, but I'm not going to be able to answer, you know, go back and forth, answer any questions or anything like that. But I will meet you in any Discord channel if you'd like to talk further about this in about 6 hours when I'm out. Fortunately, it is a holiday weekend and we are crazy busy. But the other thing is, things are all over. You know, Decentraland's been pieced together throughout the years. So trying to figure out where the terms of service are, where I can read them. If somebody does have that link to that, please DM that to me, because I do want to read through that and see what the rights are of the users of the platform. You know, I want to hear that and read that. Because push of a button to say somebody no longer is here, to me, is a little too far out there based on an action of a DM, right? When we were talking about this proposal, now I didn't take this serious, but the next person's emotions could. But I literally got a message that said, vote yes on this or go to hell. And I laughed. I thought that was funny as hell, right? But the next person may not. And we can't have emotions deciding whether people can be here or not be here. That just can't happen. Now, if it's aggressive and the tone is aggressive and there's threatening going on, that's a whole different matter, right? That's a completely different matter. And I just think some of my words kind of got a little skewed this week on what I believe. And I just wanted to clarify that, right? You can see exactly what I wrote. I didn't hide anything. It is out there. I don't agree with the poll, and I will fight it as hard as I possibly can. Now, as far as the legal aspect of everything, and lawyers being involved in this and that, yes, I do believe that the DAO should have legal advice, and maybe they do, on their side, an international lawyer that speaks international language, right? That can decipher whether a poll is legal or not legal based on the fact that this is a ecosystem where money is being transferred from person to person or platform to platform, or however you want to look at it. Sorry, if that offends anybody, then you know what? That's my opinion. I respect everybody's opinion on here. Even if I disagree, I respect everybody's opinion, right? I've had disagreements with people where I'm like, okay, we're just not going to hang out anymore. But I still say hello to them when I'm at events. I'm hearing somebody's voice. I'm not sure who, but
Yeah, Jared, could you mute your mic? I think you're hot micing it.
Sorry, I just came in to tell old guy that the terms of use are on the bottom of every page, but then I got distracted getting the link for him. Sorry.
Oh, please, please. I appreciate that. And like I said, I'm not running and hiding. I am extremely busy today. That's why most of the time you see me as a listener down below. But if anybody wants to reach out to me because you want to discuss this further or even debate it with me, I'm fine with that too. I'll be home in about 6 hours and we can do that. So thank you for the time. And I hope I didn't bring the mood down, but I think we are at a pivotal point. And I don't, like I said, get involved in the DAO very often, but I just think we are at a point where giving the rights to somebody to squat on your land, and some of you don't know this. Well, most of you don't know this. There is going to be a period in less than a year where I'm going to disappear from Decentraland for a very long time. It's something I have to do. It's been on my bucket list for life, and I got to do this. There's a couple of you in the audience that know it. But I can't imagine coming back after being here this long and finding that my scenes have been removed because I haven't updated them. And that's literally all I want to say about it.
Right, but it's
I
just a
do
poll.
have
So
to
what you
step
do is
away.
you make that comment and you explain that, and then we, in the drafting phase, we adjust the poll so that it incorporates that to be like, obviously prioritizing updates. We're not going to destroy good builds from good members of the community. I feel like the people's reaction to the poll has been just grossly overblown. Like last room is just this crazy like fear mongering and like just absolute insane rhetoric. Like it is a poll. Its intention is to gather feedback and sentiment. So you explain that and you tell them that you make that point like, oh yeah, that makes perfect sense. So obviously we should find a way to incorporate mechanisms that aren't going to disrespect someone like yourself. The intention here is not to take good builds and destroy them. As Laster pointed out in the data, I don't know why he's not represented, but like there's a gross amount of unused land or land that still has green grass. Like the intention is not to just come and destroy good builds. And then like I just think it's just I don't know, it's very frustrating. And also like I think there's a misunderstanding with the precedent. Like there is no sovereignty to your land. The foundation is already in 2021 like hidden people's builds from being viewable. Like this is just formalizing a thing that has already happened. Like if your stance is if your land can just be destroyed without your permission and blocked from view, like that's already possible and it's already happened to people. Now, admittedly,
Yeah,
it was a
Jared. Like I said, I don't have a whole lot of time here, so we can debate this later if you want to debate it. I'm not trying to cut you off. As soon as I walk away, you can say whatever you want to say, but
Well,
I got
I'm
to
about
get
to
back.
drive into no cell phone service. So anyway,
Okay.
but yeah, anyway,
All right.
no, yeah, but I mean, I get where you're coming from and your feelings about it. Like, obviously, I would agree. If you go away, if your land gets destroyed, I'd be pissed off on behalf of you, which is why I think in the drafting phase we'll highlight a process to be like,
Yeah.
okay, there'll be an advocate to be like explain why your land shouldn't get destroyed and replaced with garbage or some other nonsense. Because like no one wants to if there's stuff on your land, which there is because you do cool shit and you hold events, like that's gonna be like on the bottom of the list, if it's even on a list of things to be replaced in a year's time after you've stopped logging in.
Absolutely. And you know what? I'm not worried about my land. I'm not speaking for myself. I mean, yes, I threw that scenario out there because that's a scenario that needed to be put out there. But the next, like I said, I got to get back to work. So, but reality is this, right? Reality is this. If we are going to allow things like this to keep happening, like I almost considering putting out just a foolish poll, like putting out something like, oh, you know what? Canessa's build is too high and poor one existence can't see over top of it. Can we get it so that she can lower her build? That's where I'm afraid that these sorts of once we start going down this road, I'm afraid that's where we're going to head, because it's like anything else. When you got government involved, right? Things it starts out so clean. I want everybody to look at where are we going to be 10 years from now. Because I would almost bet the next poll that's going to go up if this one passes is going to be, well, we've maintained this land for over a year now, and the person has not come back and claimed it. What do you think? Should we be able to keep it, pass it on to somebody else?
Yeah,
And I know
but
that's
no,
extreme, but that's down the
that.
road.
I honestly though I just think that that's a thing you've imagined and are now projecting as it is reality. Like I think no one thinks that's a good idea. No one here is promoting. Now maybe if it's been 50 years, then sure we can re-auction off. But I don't think anyone is here to go, hey, we should strip people of their rights to use their land. Now, if that land was minted and has never been used, I'm open to discussing doing something with it, and just sending the wallet that minted it a refund on what it spent to get it. But I don't. But regardless, that's a different conversation. And in general, I don't think anyone is here to strip people who own land and have ever used it and can prove. Like, I know that's not. I just think that's a basing your opinion about a conference, and also just voting no to stop a poll from being discussed. And there's 3 stages of governance, and I just feel like people don't understand the process of the Decentraland DAO. Like, a poll is about expressing your fears and then saying, like, okay, but like if those aren't addressed in the draft, I'm not going to support the draft. And like, because even Vanessa, you said a hard no. Like, how do we know what the people doing this will be good? It's like, well, in the draft, we make sure we define that, and we make sure we understand who is going to be the people pushing out plan. Like, would you really be that upset if Dapcraft was the one filling empty parcels of land like that? I think we'd all agree they're incompetent, good. So I don't feel like that isn't a hard no. That's just a thing that needs to be discussed and ironed out. And then if it's not figured out in the draft, then hard no.
Well, the draft it's as I stated in it, is smashing together 2 very different topics, and I don't like that because people are supporting it because they want to see more quality content. That's not what this is really about. I think also I have seen drafts go
Well,
from
this is a
stage
poll.
1.
This is a poll.
Like,
It's not a draft.
So I've seen the 3-stage process where I have supported something in the first stage. Like, yeah, this is interesting. I'm curious about it. I don't feel comfortable with it, but I'll support it in the first phase. And then it like breezes through the second phase. All of a sudden we have like a binding governance that passes. And I'm like, whoa, like I need to be way more careful about just letting stuff go through if I'm not 100% sure of how I feel about it in the first stage. And so, yeah, so like if you guys are short for time, I don't want to take the mic. I want to give you guys both the chance to talk before you
I
have to
agree
leave.
that is a valid concern. I do think there are people who historically have put in like low effort draft polls and then didn't update the draft. But I don't think it's fair to suggest that Nacho and Gino are people who've ever done that. Like, I think Gino has written, expansive governance. His drafts always take in feedback. I think Nacho has also done that himself in other polls. I don't think it's like, I agree with you. There are absolutely people who have participated in governance who like had an okay idea but didn't know how to flesh it out, and they were like, it didn't work out. But I think given the people suggesting this, like the executive director is the co-author, like I think it's unfair to, like, unless you have good reason to think Gino shouldn't be the executive director, because if you don't think he's capable of updating a poll into a decent draft, he certainly shouldn't be the executive director. So I just think that it's
Jared.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to say one more thing, and then I literally do have to go. I want to follow up on what you said, that when you said to me that I'm looking at things in down the road, and you're imagining this in your head. Yeah, and I will tell you, I could not have imagined 3 years ago when I bought my first parcel at very high prices, that at some point, and I will tell you, the grill itself, for a period of 2 years, never had an update on it. I used the same DJ. I used the same pictures. I had the same video link in there for 3 years. Not one update was done. So to say that I'm imagining down the road and you're putting this, but just listen, here's the thing. I couldn't imagine that this poll would be here 3 years later, that we're talking about somebody who spent money on a piece of property, virtual property, right, is now could lose their rights. And we need to speak up for the people that aren't here, not the people that are here.
3 years ago, that already happened. 3 years ago, a person had a build that got 86 from existing in the client or browser. So, like, 3 years ago, that was already a thing that could happen to someone.
Well, then we should have fixed that. We should have fixed that. That's what the DAO is here for, is to fix things for the players and move this platform forward. I'm sorry, I literally do have to go. I'm not jumping out on anybody, but I can't sit here and keep talking and doing this sort of thing while I've got guests running all over the place. So, no disrespect to anybody, right? I'm just stating my opinion. I hope everybody understands that. But, to me, this is I'm very passionate about this, because I don't believe enough. I don't believe I'm not going to say other people. I don't believe I spoke out enough about Worlds, which actually brought the property value down. I don't believe, I believe at the time people were afraid There were some that did, right? But I think a lot of people were afraid to speak out. I'm not going to miss that opportunity this time, even if it cost me friends, which I hope that doesn't.
That'd be
But
silly.
even if it does, so we will. I'm sure Jared have several debates over this along the way. So I'm going to step back down to listener. Thanks for giving me some time, and I hope I didn't change the mood up there. I knew it was going so well. That's why I held off so long. But I was like, I got to get back to work. So.
No, and Olga, I appreciate you coming up, and the mood. I think the mood coming into this, like, we know we have to talk about this. This is a important issue for Decentraland, but also divisive. And so I'm just gonna stop right here. Jared, could you mute your mic? Jared, thank you. I'm just gonna like take a pause and just reset the room and say that like we are entering into this subject matter, which I think is way more emotional than like Spongetron finding a date. So as we proceed, please keep conversation about the topic, the idea, not people. Sin and I are gonna, we're just gonna mute things if it's not respectable. We want to make this constructive, not destructive. And everybody has a different opinion on it, and I think like that is what makes us stronger. Is having a lot of different voices. I don't want to just hear everybody agree with me because people bring up good opposing views. And yeah, so Sin,
For what it's worth, I find the conversation about the prom much more emotionally upsetting.
Well, and I mean that's worth talking about too. I feel like both conversations, both topics this week, a user getting banned and the possible jeopardizing of the land contract are really kind of pivotal in like where Decentraland's going. Like if yeah, but like lots of opinions on that, but I will let the room speak. So yeah, please just keep it civil or we're just going to mute the room, not playing games. So
Canessa, can you hear me?
yeah,
Can you see me?
yeah, go ahead, Lastrom. I think you were
Okay. Yeah, no. It's always civil. I just have a question. At what point of the 3-stage process, Jared or anybody, is it acceptable to start permitting your feelings, passionate or otherwise? I'm just curious because there's no rule that says that I have to be passionate in stage 2 and less passionate in stage 1 or more passionate in stage 3. I'm just voicing my opinions of the reality of the situation. Everybody agrees we want more content in Decentraland, but don't tell me that I can't voice those problems in stage 1 versus stage 2 or stage 3. So
I don't
it's a
think I ever
question.
said you couldn't voice or be passionate. I think I said
No,
that
you do.
should
You
be
say it's a poll.
constructive
You say it's a
and you should
poll,
be
and we don't know how
constructive
to
and
understand the
add
process.
yeah, I think you should be constructive and voice your concerns, articulate what you want to see fixed and address in it, and not
Okay,
just be
so I have. So can I
alarmist
continue?
and
Can I
hyperbolic,
continue?
and then demand people to vote no and like frame it as like the founders are going to do that. Well, you didn't specifically ask me a question, so it's crazy to ask me a
They
question and
are.
then get
I
pissed and have
am.
me answer.
I am. So I'll ask a second question. Second question is, Jared, if you owned a piece of land, at what point in the real life is it acceptable for somebody to come squat on your land? What time period is it acceptable for you as a 100% owner outright of that land, no debt, free and clear,
And literally
for
anytime
you
the
to
government
allow?
can come and take your
Well,
land and put a highway on it.
okay, Jared, stop interrupting me because you don't know what you're talking about. Eminent domain, they give you a like-kind contribution. So if your value is 400,000, the government has to give you and they take ownership. So stop saying that. Again, I get passionate because you don't know what you're talking about. Eminent domain is transfer of ownership. What we're talking about is not transfer of ownership. That's why I ask you, if you own a piece of land, what time period in real life is it acceptable for some other person to say they can do something on your land?
I don't think that's a practical analogy. We're not talking about the real world. We're talking about a
It is
digital
literally a
space.
practical
No,
analogy. Did you buy the
no.
NFT with 100% or 100? Okay, so here's the thing. There's two ways to deploy to
Where are
Decentraland.
these promises made? Could you please tell me about them?
Okay, hold on. You say I just shout stuff out without backing it up. There are two ways a landowner currently can deploy land to
I literally never
Decentraland.
said
You
that.
can
Please
either
don't.
own,
I don't put words in my mouth. I never said you just shout shit out without backing it up. I never said that.
you just did. You just did. So hold on, let me answer. One way, I can deploy or I can tell others to deploy. That's it. There's two ways. So that means I own 100% of the method for putting content on my land. This poll, I don't care what stage, says there is a third method, which means you now have 2/3 interest in your NFT. I don't care if it's poll 1, draft, or governance. That means your ownership went from 100 to 66%. That's all I'm saying. We can continue this in poll 2, in stage 2. I want everybody to understand, you buy an NFT, you own 100% of it.
That's
If
not.
this
I
changes,
don't think that's a
okay,
reasonable
you can debate
analogy
that. And
either.
that's the whole point. Thank you.
That's again also not a reasonable analogy. You're not again. It's not giving ownership away to anyone. It is saying if land is unused and not doing anything, that something should be done to make it populated, so that it's not just a barren wasteland. Making this like you're
Without my
losing 1/3
consent.
ownership. You don't own land, so I don't understand what consent are you talking about. You don't own land. You don't. I do own land. I have
And
about
you know
20
what's funny,
parcels.
Jared? I know, Jared, you love talking over people and you make yourself look so silly when you say just because you don't own land doesn't mean you can't have an opinion on how others should be treated with their land.
Well,
You
I
are
just think
literally
that you're making
hurting
you're
yourself.
no. I think that you're just you sound way too emotional about something that you really doesn't impact you at all. Like you aren't going like nothing. You're not losing anything, and it's wild to me that you're like so passionate and like you sound like you're about to like tear up like with this level of emotion.
Okay. Can we stick to the topic? I'm sorry to cut off, but yeah, stick to the
No,
topic.
Jared, answer
Not
my
take it
question.
too
My question.
personal.
What
Sinful,
question?
anybody,
What
info,
question?
sinful,
Please,
Canessa.
dude,
What
what
my
question?
question?
What
My
question?
question is, what in the real life, what time period is it acceptable for someone to take something you own 100% and start using it without your consent? Answer me that
Uh,
question.
Well, I disagree about the premise because you don't own 100% of your land, as proven by the fact that the foundation can make it so your land doesn't appear in world. So it's just everything about your analogy. Your question is intellectually dishonest. It doesn't frame the situation accurately. Like you already don't own your land completely because the foundation can tell you, nope,
That
that's not published whenever they want.
if you believe that, then Decentraland is a
You
joke,
you
which is
know
my
that's
point. We
true.
shouldn't be continuing the joke.
You're well aware of the fact that the foundation hid the 9/11 scene. You know that's true. Like you're acting as though I'm just making this up, but you're fully aware of the fact that land isn't fully
Two wrongs don't
yours.
make a right. Two wrongs don't make a right. Two
Oh,
wrongs don't make a
okay.
right. Again, answer the
Are you
question.
having like some kind of fit? Did you think yelling that 3 times was productive? Your question isn't
uh,
valid. Like I'm not gonna answer a bad faith question.
I mean, for me, it's more on like, why are we angry about this now? Shouldn't we have been angry about this 2 years ago when Yamel proposed to try to get people that have had their land stolen back? Like, shouldn't that have been a flag to tell us that it is all possible?
I'm still mad that the short-sighted, selfish people voted to not make that happen. I've always when I stumbled on that because that was before my time in it. I was like, oh, okay. Everyone who was around at that time is short-sighted and self-interested and would rather just watch the world burn in the name of this like meaningless governance, like of what is self-custody. It's crazy.
I think, can I just pause right here and just say, like, I think we got to stop just doing these generalized blanket statements that everybody that voted on that is self interest, short sighted. Like, when we voted on proposals in the past, it was a different ecosystem. Maybe there were things that we saw back then that we don't see today. Like, I voted on the proposal to make the land size 16, 16 meters a long time ago when we were still voting on Agora. And now I'm like, dang, I should have made it bigger. Like, why did I what but 16 because we couldn't even walk in it. It was like, yeah, that's okay. That's good. So just because we see the world that we live in today is not the world that we lived in the past. And I think really there's so much emotion in this, and I think that it makes it really um dangerous to share your honest feelings when you feel, oh, make, you got your mic mute, you got your hot mic in, make, if you could just mute that. I think that this is when we just descend into just blah, like we're not getting anywhere when we start making these blanket statements like anybody that doesn't support this is a, somebody blah 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 blah. Like, no, what if I see it differently? Like, please just, I think that's when things start getting emotional. Like, keep it to the subject, and the subject is two different things. It's like, if we really have a content problem, why the hell haven't we filled those 80 parcels of Dow land with content? This feels like a knee-jerk reaction where we're on a ship and there's a storm and we hit the first big waves and we throw out the fucking lifeboat. We're like, guys, we might sink. It's like, it is too soon. This is like, maybe this is appropriate in like 3 years when we just don't have any other option, but not right now. We haven't even exhausted our resources. Like, why haven't we filled those lands? Why haven't we asked voluntarily, hey, if you're a landowner and you can't build on your land, we'll build on it. Let us know which ones. This is just like knee jerk, like straight for the gullet of the land contract, which just it feels absolutely like premature panic. Like we're not there yet. We have so many options. Like we need quality content. This proposal does not guarantee quality content. I bet you we'd just fill it with a bunch of shit. Like to be honest, because we
That's the
have a
thing you just
shortage.
call out in the poll to get properly addressed in the draft. If that's your
And
concern, is that there won't be a proper process to make sure the whatever content. And I also don't necessarily view the proposal about being about making interactive and fun content. I think it's about just making the world not look like a vacant death hole.
yes, but I think that the problem where it gets muddy is one person, when they voted with a lot of VP in the comment, left specifically, yeah, I want more quality content. And it's like, whoa, 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 whoa. Like that's not what you're guaranteed. So I think that it's can you mute yourself, my girl? Sorry. I just like I'm like so easily distracted by sounds. The problem is, and this is an awesome salesperson tactic, you have your idea, you have your proposal, and you wrap it up really pretty and you kind of connect it with some other key issues like, hey guys, we don't have enough content. You wrap those up together and then you present it to the public and people are like, yeah, we need more content. I'll vote on this. It's like, no, these are two different things. I feel like it's kind of it shouldn't have happened. It should have been like just clearly separated. But that's just me. That's just my opinion. I'm
Canessa, can I ask you a
yeah.
question? Because I don't want to interact with Jared right now because I want a direct answer. What is your favorite NFT that you own?
Oh, that would be my Decentraland 2020 T-shirt because I got it for logging in
Okay,
on launch day, and it's sentiment.
let's not use Decentraland. Let's try to
Okay,
alienate. Yeah, let's try
let's
not
do
to talk about Decentraland for the analogy.
let's do a kid called Beast. I love my Pudgy, but let's do Beast.
Okay, and I apologize for the noise. I just birdied a hole on the golf course and I'm driving. So if a kid calls Beast, did you and Jared the TOS in small print, right? And a lot of people do. But did you
Wait,
ever
I thought we
know
weren't
or
allowing
agree?
needless personal attacks. I thought that was the thing we were going to police. Am I just going to get shit on by this piece of shit the
That's not.
entire
No,
conversation?
you actually do. You read the TOS. So my question is, Canessa, did you read the TOS on a
I
kid
read
called
the
Beast?
TOS when
If
I was
they
upset that I couldn't
Yes,
get a
I
if
good
they
did.
introduction
change,
to
I
I'm
my
not talking to you.
classes.
Okay,
I
so
did. I
Canessa,
read the TOS on
You're
a kid
talking
called
about me,
Beast,
so
can they
fuck
change your
off.
NFT?
and then
Oh,
I
see, do
read
you
the
see why
TOS.
Jared is tough to talk with you?
And then I read the TOS on my Pudgy because before I bought these high value NFTs, I wanted to know what I could do with it.
Can they change your little Pudgy to any other image if you don't attend an event or check into a Pudgy event? Can they do that?
No, they can't. I own this IP and I can use it for specific things. There's a few things I can't use my Beast IP for, but it belongs to me.
Okay,
And
so would you
that was
be
why I
okay?
bought it. That was why I bought it
Would,
because
I know, and you agree with me. So I'm proving a point to people that don't necessarily agree with me, just to understand. I might not have actual skin in the game, but I don't think about now. As old guy said, I'm thinking 10 years down the road of the ethos and sphere of NFT ownership, the digital age. We're supposed to be able to own our content. Like you just said, Canessa, how upset would you be if Pudgies or a kid called Beast or any one of your other favorite NFTs changed your profile picture because you weren't active in the community? And again, maybe you have to go into Discord and change it back. But how upset would you be? In that violates the ownership of the NFT because it was changed without your permission. And I just want to make that clear. This is not a Decentraland issue. This is an issue of NFT ownership. So I don't care if it's poll 1, draft 2, governance stage 3. This is a bigger issue across the NFT sphere, where we've seen other rug pulls like Artifact and all kinds of other things where they can just delete the metadata. They can just delete it. Everyone gets all up in arms over that, right? But when I provide data of in the Discord of how many lands haven't been touched in over a year, and it's 84,000, which means that's 93% of Decentraland doesn't have content, and we're okay with this NFT being changed without our permission, but other NFTs were not. That's what I'm presenting.
Well, and that brings up an interesting point. Like, if you're going to compare NFTs to NFTs, I own this NFT, the Pudgy. I've got that IP. Why shouldn't Decentraland land have those same protections? That my land is my IP. What I have on there should be my IP. I say should because, like, obviously it's not. But like, now I'm thinking, dang, if we have true control over that NFT, I think we need to look at the land NFT more like these PFPs. That in order to change it, if you bought a Bored Ape and you bought the serum and you wanted to change it to a mutant ape, you had to go through that. I don't know what the hell it was. Like, you had to go through that, like, mutant process. And then on the other side, you would have a new not IEP. Oh my gosh, a new PFP. And so I feel like we should demand the same protections that my land, my cantina is my IP. It's protected, not just for this, but like, if you're going to come into the world and you're going to stream my NFT, like, it's a really different beast. And I didn't, like, I think we haven't really thought about it like that. We just think about it like it's a digital land and we're just making cool shit. But I do think that we need to protect it the same way we would protect these PFPs that we're wearing. So that, I don't know, that made me think about copyright laws, like the back and forth. Like, the land should be just as important as any one of these PFPs. That last term, you can respond, and then one exists.
No, I appreciate the answer because, again, as much as I don't have stake as a landowner, I care about the integrity of the space. And this is literally changing the integrity. I don't want anything done to my land just because I haven't done anything to my land. The NFT should be mine and I should be able to do whatever I want with it. I totally disregarded and was against them taking that stuff down in the past. I'm totally against banning. I personally, I don't know their terms of service with hate speech or not, and this is a centralization line of like banning the hate speech and the Jew hates and all those names, the names that one person was creating, right? I'm totally against banning Jared at all. I don't like interacting with him at all, but I don't think he should be banned at all. I think that was totally wrong. I think that was totally false. I think it was totally centralized. I absolutely hate it. And I just want people to understand I am passionate because, as Old Guy said, you give an inch, they take a mile. You want to put your tinfoil hat on, Old Guy did. And there's 93% of the land doesn't have anything deployed more than 1 year. So where's the slope stop? Just like Old Guy said, well, hey, we've been upkeeping this land for a while. Maybe at this point in time, we'll give you like kind contribution and we'll take it from you. Like, if you don't stop the erosion of 100% ownership in your NFT now, it will never come back to 100%. I don't know people's personalities and like walks of life, but as soon as you lose 100% of anything, you never get it back. And that's been my experience, not with trust or anything, just in life, you never get back to 100%. So hold on and work towards 100% as much as you can, which means what Jared said is this content might not even be functional. It's just to look at. And other people are talking about that. And I posted about it. Having more content to look at does not mean more people are going to come to Decentraland. That's not true. The data does not support it. In 2021, there were less scenes deployed and more people. Why? Maybe it was in vogue. Maybe it was the sign of the times, but there's no correlation to more static content or just content in Decentraland to more users. There just isn't any correlation. And so Jared and anybody else listening that thinks I'm just spouting and I have no right to say what I say, I created a script. I spent the time to ping the Catalyst servers and see what was going on. I actually did the data. If you want to put something as serious as changing someone's NFT ownership, I would hope you would do the data, even if it's poll 1, 2, 3, or 4. Do a little research and see, oh shit, this might impact 93% of the land. And so I've done the research, I put it out there. I didn't filter out any parcel because guess what? The poll didn't filter out parcel. Over a year, the roads haven't been deployed. Does that mean they're eligible? Over a year, 3 out of 9 plazas haven't been deployed. Does that mean they're eligible? Oh, I mean, there's so many questions. We don't even need to open Pandora's box because this solution doesn't solve the problem of getting more people into Decentraland. It just doesn't.
Thank you. And did I say one exist or make? I'm sorry. I'm having a.
One existence.
Okay, one exists. Thanks. Sorry, May.
Hello, everyone in Decentraland. Hope everyone's doing well. I just wanted to sort of similar but different, because I responded to a post HP put in, because he brought up, if some of you may recall, there was a proposal on what to do with the DAO land. That one still has to go into its final phase. So I asked him if he would like to kind of help me and go over some of it, see if there's things I'm missing. So if there's anyone else that's interested, some of the ways that were mentioned to utilize the DAO owned land, which is where I think we should probably start first anyway, but that's besides the point. So I don't know if Sandstorm does building competitions anymore, but once upon a time they did. Maybe there's new ones coming from someone else or from even from them would be cool. Having a place to deploy that would be nice. And I think starting with the DAO land somewhere, we should do that. If somebody's new or somebody been around for a while and they want the opportunity to learn how to build, there should be learning opportunities. They should be able to either under a short period of time be able to utilize that land and learn and to build on it. And I also believe that depending on how things go, after the set time, whatever that may specifically be, they should be given a couple of options. I think, well, maybe not a couple options, but a couple things to think about would be, okay, should we sell this person that land at a discounted price so that they've been working on it, they've been doing some stuff, they've learned how to build, now they really want to put something more permanent there. Do we let them purchase it at a reduced price, or maybe even do we just give it to them? I also think it's something that could be put in when the grants come back up, that grantees can request the use of some DAO land. Because I thought I read that there was like 84 parcels or something that the DAO owns that aren't being used. I was very disappointed to learn that we didn't utilize some of that land for the actual DAO headquarters, but that's a whole nother thing too. But if anybody's interested in helping define and create the final proposal on that, maybe we can get started with that eventually here soon. Thank you.
I think that needs to happen. I think this needs to be sequential. Like, we are not here yet. We're not at the point where our last option is to just get to this point. Like, I have been very vocal over the years of anybody that needs land. I've got land. Please use my land. People used to take me up on that. I had many people like, yeah, I want land. They'd get the land. I'd go through the process of like, they've got land, build rights, and nothing would happen. There have been a few people that built on it. I want to shout out Mary Shark and Face Moon. Mary has used my land for over almost 2 years for free. I'm like, no, you don't give me anything. Like, I don't need money. I just want you to build something cool on land. And that's the perfect example of like somebody that needed land, got it, made something cool. So that tells me this is not a matter of we don't have enough land to give to people. The rentals, like, you don't need to rent land. I'll just let you use it for free. Like, I'm not here to make
Anytime.
money off of my friends. So that tells me that it is not a land issue. What is it? I think it's a build issue. It is hard to build in Decentraland. And so people come in with ideas. Yeah, they want land. If I only had land, I could do this cool thing. Well, then they have land. And then they get to the builder and they realize, like, oh, well, if I don't know code, I got 10,000 triangles to work with. And that's really hard to make a scene of substance right off the bat if you don't have Blender or other skills. And so I think that, like, we're just way too soon on this. This is such a reactionary poll that we don't have to get to. Like, we have two plazas down in the south part of the map, two plazas that have never been deployed on. They're like four, they're 2x2s. Like, why aren't we using that? If it's such a big problem, why isn't Foundation fully utilizing all of their land too? So I just, man, this, like, it grinds me, and I'm trying to, like, stay non-emotional too. But I think that it's a build issue, an imagination issue. I'm gonna let you up, Dana, because I will just pose this as a question: what builds are out there, you guys, that, like, you just got to get back to if there's not an event being thrown? Like, which build do you want to go see when there's not a party? Like, where do you go if there's not an event on the map? Like, are there scenes like that you just want to go experience if there's not a party going on?
There's it's not the pixel one that might come to people's mind right off the bat, but there was a pixelated plot that was absolutely, it was beautiful, beautifully done. And I wish I knew who did it and where it was at, but it was pretty cool.
It's not the pixelated orgy.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. I see Dana came up. I did make you had your hand up before. So Dana, maybe we could talk to Make, and then after Make, Dana.
I mean, ladies first. It's freaking Master Wayne's.
No, make you go.
All right. Morning, y'all. I stayed up all night making weird stuff on the internet. And I was actually, after we all got to hang together last night, I ran around Decentraland. And I don't do that very often between my wife and two kids and everybody who do dope things like Steve and them building Rage and the prom. It's not often I have that extra time to just run around. But for the first time, maybe second time since the client, I can run around and see stuff, and it's amazing. And when you find something that's missing, it could be a surprise. And we need another catalyst moment that's bigger than these topics or thoughts, right? And I agree with you, Kanessa. And I agree with, I mean, there are a lot of great points from all sides of the coin. I did want to tell Lastrom congrats on his birdie, by the way, before he hung up. And also comment on what Lastrom had to say about, NFTs and the IP and what you get. It's like, well, for me personally, and this isn't when you think about things that I really loved, right? I was very into my Utes and my D gods, and specifically my D god had the option for a very long time to choose out of three seasons if you could choose that season as your PFP on chain, and I happen to like the one very much. I felt it looked like me. I resonated with it. And one day the founder took that off the server. There was still a receipt that said I owned a DGod. And so I owned some art. I could make it look whatever I wanted. But that asset that I had was no longer on chain, right? The receipt of my ownership was still there. There were other art that I technically owned, but it wasn't the art I felt I bought. And it felt like a betrayal personally to me. At the end of the day, an NFT is a receipt that tells you where something lives on a server and whose wallet owns it. And right now, what we need more than anything are catalyst moments to bring people back, to bring brands back, to let people fundamentally grow. I think it's really important, and I've said this in this space more than once. Can I said that? And by the way, the Creator Hub, I know there was a little drama last week figuring out a couple aspects of it. It works better than ever. The new tools are fantastic. And I think it's only going to lead to more people coming back and using them. But I think what's more important than trying to figure out what we're doing with all that land is how do we reach out and touch the owners who own land now? How can we offer them back a catalyst moment and experience that lets them feel like they have a home they want to build on? And I mean, I personally am working on something that I hope will offer that with great family in DCL. But I think we really need to turn our attention in to welcoming back those users instead of finding other ways to like populate stuff, because at the end of the day it doesn't matter. Like, there's not enough time in the day to run around all of Decentraland. We could go run and jump place to place and play some games or hang out in certain spots. But what is the moment that lets people want to be with us, and how do we do that? And I really think it starts with some great offerings of spaces and populating, sharing that experience to them, reaching out and touching the past and the past users, and then take a look. We haven't even scratched the surface of what's possible yet. I think we're all heading to an incredible place. And the other thing is, any NFT project, period, that still exists has had to adapt from what they thought they were to who they're going to be. And if we want to, be on Epic Game Store or somewhere else, there are going to have to be a lot of changes. And some of the old ways are not going to work, because it's going to be adapt or die. And it's time to find all the ways to do that. It's time to make sure people feel safe. It's time, when shit goes fucking totally sideways, there's some accountability there. But either way, that's the only way brands are going to come. That's the only way we're going to let 16-year-olds, 15-year-olds. I can't have my 15-year-old son come hang out in most places right now in DCL. It's not set up for him. And that's okay. But do we want that? How are we going to start shaping this ship to be what the potential was when everybody came, and show people how great it is now? I'll get off my soapbox. By the way, Mew 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 all the way home. One existence. It's wonderful to see you, Beast. Hi, Master Waynes and Vanessa.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts, Make. I appreciate your perspective and your calm, rational demeanor. And you brought up some great points. Like, how are we going to change in order to effectively fit into the Epic Game Store or Steam? Like, those different platforms that, like, we don't, like, Steam doesn't like Web3 games mostly. Like, we're gonna have to change if we want to get there. And as a mom of that generation, like, I see what they're doing and I'm like, dang, I don't know, can Decentraland hang? Like, there's a strong chance we can't, like, unless we change a lot. Yeah, not saying we should be brain rot, but oh my gosh, it's a different world out there. The young people that are consuming content. Dana, good morning. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you being here, and especially being a member of Foundation, being brave enough to step into this room. It's like Shark Tank. We appreciate you. We realize that we're not gonna attack you. Like, we're not. I don't know. I'm just putting it out there that
I
you're not solely
appreciate that.
responsible for everything.
Yeah. I was like, do I I don't know. And then I was like, yeah, let's just do it. Let's see what happens. Make I just want to say I'm so happy you went before me, because I just feel like anytime you speak, like, the world seems brighter, and problems aren't as difficult. So I super duper appreciate you. Um I wanted to say two things. Well, actually, first I want to say, like, I am grateful for the people that share their opinions because I feel like I get educated every time I hear someone different than me. And I want us all to treat each other with respect. And if there is an opinion that is different from how you're thinking, like take a breath before you think to respond to that opinion and like digest it first. Because I've had so many times in my life where I was wrong because I was very firm in my own perspective and I should have listened to other people. And so I want Decentraland to be a space where like we don't allow identity politics or past grudges or, you know, things that in the real world in IRL divide people and make it so that we can't communicate with each other in a reasonable way. I don't want Decentraland to be a place where that occurs. So I'm grateful to everybody that's been sharing their opinions in a respectful uh and eloquent way. So that's my first thing. I just wanted to like, get on my soapbox for a second. The second thing I wanted to say is um there's two funding opportunities right now through Art Week. So if you are a builder, I like DM'd a couple people. If I didn't DM you, it's not because I don't want to. I like go down the list of people, but like I'm seeing some people in here that I wanted to DM, like Steve Sai, Rue, Roots, like people that I've seen what you do. You're so talented. Brandon, like there's two funding avenues right now through Art Week. So if you have an idea, like don't be shy, submit. Like I can't 100% say that you'll get funding, but that's like an avenue that if you want land to build on, that's another access point. Bay is trying to do a lot more funding opportunities for people that want to be on foundation land. So definitely, put yourself out there and like see what happens. Um, and then the other thing I wanted to say is like I when I feel like there's so many other people like Mary Shark that I don't know, like she's such a cool story because she became like this rising community star that like she does so much with Canessa's land and I want
Do, do, do you know the Mary Shark lore?
no, I don't know the Mary Shark lore, but I'd love to know.
Well, just as a quick thing, because I sorry to cut you off. Mary Shark used to shark very high value wearables in the Decentraland marketplace. I remember seeing Mary Shark come in, but I really knew her name through the marketplace because she'd be scooping up Mew bubbles, Mew auras. She sells those things for more than I do. I'm over here like, what, Mary? But yes, go ahead, Dana. I'm sorry.
This is hilarious. Because I have said a joke, like I've sponsored like wearables with her. Like I did the drop for the Beast Party with Make and Mary Shark. And whenever I like fund something with her, I'm always like, I want Mary Shark to be a Mary Whale. Like you stack up that mana. So now I know why her name is Shark. That's so funny. No, but I was just gonna say like there's I'm like hesitant to make a statement because I know whenever I do it, like, you know, people are like, well, the foundation supports. And it's like, no, 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 no. This is just Dana. Um, I think what Canessa was saying like makes a lot of sense to me that there's like a lot of other avenues to try that haven't been tried. And I think it would be fantastic if we had more people that would like take up Canessa on her offer of using her land like Mary. So I don't know like how yeah, I don't know. Like oh,
I
yeah.
I I think what you I think what you're doing is already helping a lot. I mean, for example, I forget his name, Lazarus, I think it was.
Lazaro.
Yeah, like he has communicated with us, and I've seen Canessa chat with them on in that support ticket. So like I mean there's possibilities. It's just a matter of meeting the people that are coming in and that are actually like want to produce to make
I
something.
think the big challenge is having the idea in your head, and this goes for like anything in life, having a great idea in your head and execution. That's the gap, because between the idea and execution, there are so many challenges. Like the first one is access to land. So that's kind of the one we pinpoint and like, oh, that's the problem. But the real problem is everything else, all those tiny
Yes, yes,
decisions
yes,
on the
yes.
way.
Oh, wait, okay, now I remember my other thought that I had, because you were like kind of saying it might also be like an education problem. And I wanted to say, use Dr. Krillo's time. He's literally here to like be during the week helping if you have an issue. And I like, good example of this is Father Finn. Father Finn has wanted to make a roller rink into Central. Well, maybe I shouldn't be saying this. Oh crap, maybe this is his pride. Anyway, Father Finn had an idea. He wanted to do something. I was like, do it. Like, get on Dr. Krillo's time. He'll help you out. And he sent me a video today of like some awesome progress. So if first obstacle is land to like creating something cool in Decentraland, we have ways that you can get that. If the second obstacle is funding, there's funding through different initiatives with the foundation. If the third problem is education, use Dr. Krillo's time. So those are things I want to say, and then like yeah, I'll go back to listening.
Yeah, it's definitely Dr. Krillo has been amazing and very responsive. I mean, as of lately, I've been just like basically just hitting him up anytime we're experiencing any bugs. I just send him a video or whatever, like, and he'll like break it down with me and then ask me to try a couple other things just so he could have that data on hand before he makes his report to the foundation or whatever, whoever, or whatever it may be, that maybe he even fixes it himself. Maybe Dr. Krillo is that guy. Let's see, Make, I see your
Actually,
hand is up.
Shan, can I just jump in real quick? I
Go,
have to
go
leave
ahead, go
for
ahead.
like 10 to 20 minutes just to go pick up a munchkin from a sleepover. I will be back. I will leave my phone here so that I don't leave my Wi-Fi and rug us, but you're completely in charge. So anything that happens in the next 20 minutes, guys, it's 100% Sinful's fault, not mine.
Is that really what you want for this?
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, the time I was in charge, like I had people DMing me like, "Can I say you got porno up here?" And I'm like, "Ah, shit."
Oh
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah. So I'll be right back. Don't talk about anything important till I get back.
Okay. We'll talk about our favorite donuts, which is actually a quite important topic. But go ahead, Make.
First of all, thanks Dana for jumping in and just being you. You are such a ray of sunshine for us. I really hope we get to eat some ramen in a couple weeks. Um, I think we got to also take note that things are getting better and more things are happening. I mean, look at I point out Rage, or the young lady who was DJing the other night, who's got an incredible space that she built with the holograms. There's just a lot more building going on than there has been the whole time that anything feels real. Yes, we're in a new period. Some people are coming back. I mean, I don't know if it was Wondermind that was in the conversation, and I know a lot of people really like that. Like, the we got to take a look at our wins and just see things are happening. Like, sure, the old things are gone. How do we welcome them back? Absolutely. That's one. And also, like, how do we start thinking about welcoming brands that do things on a bigger scale, like Brave, which was awesome seeing it on the front page and they had rewards for it? Like, how do we keep tying those catalyst groups that bring in more people that we want to see in there, who we want to grow with? And that's up to us. Like, to me, I think about, I mean, at least for this current iteration of Decentraland, it's like I feel like Decentraland land should have a Brave browser or bat space. So when you go from, the browser to look around, the next thing you do is you land at Brave, and there's an AI bot that talks about Brave and also Decentraland, or you know, or
Yeah.
for us, like the AKCB, it's like not only should there be a MetaBeast party or other people doing events, which I think everybody should do it, regardless of what PFP they wear, um, but that should be a hub where you could see the project and you could jump to their game if you want to, or you can play mini games that let you get rewards. It's time we think about a bigger picture of an individual, and we have some absolute rock stars who've come in, some have been here, but it's like, to me, like I think about SoundCloud, I think about Beatport. Why do I think about them? Well, they have great things in place for people to actually stream music technically legally. Also, another thing that slowed us down for a long time were servers. We all know about it. It's hard, it costs money. You got to work it out, figure it out. But that's not quite the case anymore. Ask Sin. Like the RTMP is working, and we were able to switch to different feeds. There are a lot of options opening up to us that weren't here before. And look at Toxic and Mean Green Doge. Literally threw a chatbot monster last night, and it was fantastic. We have to think bigger right now if we do not want to sink. I do not want to see my Decentraland land and all we've built to just be a receipt that tells me I used to own land. I want this place to thrive. And so, how do we start making those adjustments? We used to talk about sending groups pizzas, and we used to, whether that was Domino's. It's like, I know big brands might not be everybody's favorite thing, but it's time to start unifying the dragon. Like, that's what I want to see land. I want to see a huge SoundCloud place where people who are doing things live can do something live at their studios. And it's something we provide, not something they have to buy. Because at the end of the day, people still like the fact that Doritos once came here. Maybe it wasn't perfect, or Miller Lite, or Paris Hilton, or, you know, insert your famous DJ. But it takes catalyst moments to bring back the masses. And that's really where our attention should be, in my humble opinion.
Yep, yep. You have, I mean, there is a lot of truth to that, and I mean, going back to you mentioning even the Brave partnership or whatever, the Brave connection with the Centraland. I feel like we are underutilizing that aspect as well, like of whether if it's like the Centraland and Brave are on good terms or like partnership or whatever it may be, but I feel like it could be further go even further because, like, for example, when I had Bats Earn on Beyond the NFT, he showed us about the Brave reward points or like the way to like earn the crypto and stuff like that. And like the Decentraland was one of the ways, but like I think it's like that is a good avenue to go down, but it needs to go deeper. It needs to be like, okay, it's not like just go to decentraland.com and you get the token. It's like, no, get on the platform, go to the Brave headquarters, do the daily quests, and get your reward. And through the daily quests, like, there could be a Brave event going on at that time or whatever the heck. But like I feel like there are things that can be accomplished with that yeah, with those regards.
There's a lot of building to do, and that we all agree on. But, I again, if our time gets spent figuring out how to welcome back, maybe not everybody, but I really think an offering people, the people who own stuff, options, very solid, very workable options with good tutelage on how to build them further or expand on stuff. We need to welcome people back, and not just on speculation, but welcome them to their new world that they don't even know exists. Most people are like, "Oh, knew this. Oh, I used to be there in 2021. It was not ready yet." Well, we're closer to ready. So, I mean, I don't think extra land in the short term and giving stuff more people to like empty houses are still empty, you know?
Thank you, Meg. Yes, sir. I mean, and let's see. I'm looking around just see if there's anyone new that we haven't welcomed yet. I do see Judas. Judas popped into the X chat here. Oops, I just kicked the chair. Uh, welcome, Adrian. Welcome to anyone that is new coming into this space. This is our weekly community building Decentraland space, and yeah, we're on week 156. We do these every Saturday at noon Eastern. You're always welcome to, uh, join in, have a listen, or if anything resonates with you, you could always hit that request to speak button. Um, so yeah, I mean, like you said it, Meg. There is a lot of building to do, but what another thing? It's like. Like it's like we also need the quantity of builders to do it. And I mean that comes down to like I believe like the ease to build on the platform. Um, at this point, like I mean, if we look over to like a competitor for whatchamacallit, for Decentraland, it would be like something like Roblox. Like they have their own way of they're building hubs. They're all good to go, easy to use. um let's see, what else could we talk
I would
about?
say they're also safe, like great example when KJ and Tang and Toxic do their tripping out. Thursdays, I really wanted my daughter to go in and try for them, try their new build. And she got there and she goes, "Dad, I can't go. There's age restrictions and they're very tight. And there are a lot of ways to shape that. I mean, there's another layer coming and there's a past way to look at DCL and there's a future way and we got to start living in the future and building the future we want to see best as possible."
Yeah, I mean, in those regards, it's like the moderation tools that I mean, I mean, going into like being a landowner and being able to like do whatever you want on your land. I think that also should come with like you should be able to moderate who comes to your land, or like what they or yeah, like have some sort of control. Of course, that doesn't stop them from like hating from outside of the club, but like I refer back to the Chris Brown song that starts like, I don't know why they're hating from outside the club. They can't even get in. Tell me, Make, are you golfing today?
I'm not golfing today. I worked all night. I had a lovely touching grass, but it was great to hear Lastrom playing golf. Like that kind of like made my day. I was like, just when I thought I didn't know this guy, I now like I feel this extra kinship with him. Like literally in a CBD space playing golf. Like who else does that but me? But now I'm like, it's me and Lastrom. You see, one nun on a subway is lost, but two nuns on a subway are going somewhere. So put that in your thought process. Um, in lighter news, how about how freaking dope prom prom event was? I mean, first of all, that was awesome. Also, the Pride event was fantastic. Like celebrate the wins. How about Malty made Rage cooler than effing ever, and Steve Sai's set was so good we listened to it twice. I mean, there is stuff coming. I mean, I really feel strongly about like a Beatport or a SoundCloud, being that those two companies are the most ready to deal with music in these virtual environments, they have found a way not to be Spotify. They have found a way to put fair market share back to the artist when you use their services. Like I always make sure to stream any music I do, like 99.9999% is coming from places where artists earn fair royalties. These are the types of things we could work from right now, where if we could find ways to welcome companies that are doing the same thing in their own right, and we find ways to grow with them, we could grow a lot farther than I think we could in the past.
Mic drop. Let's see. I'm looking in the room. Welcome, Julianne. Good to see you. See a little bubble here in the X space. Oh man. I was really hoping to cover the whole um user getting banned situation this week, but I I don't see him in the room, or at least the person that it happened to. I would like to kind of like, and also wait until Canessa gets back here. So, I mean, I'm kind of like, oh, there you are, user. Oh my God, it's like clockwork. Like I didn't even see you in the room. Oh, it was your cell phone service.
I had
Well,
clearly
well,
announced I
well.
was driving out of cell phone service. Admittedly, I also probably would have left so as to not just keep swearing at last room, since I don't think anyone else wanted to hear that. But I had said I was going to lose service soon.
Yeah, you did. All right, good. Well, okay, at least we have one. Now we have to wait for Canessa to kind of come back, and because I think she should be in maybe another 10 minutes or so, I believe. Um, and yeah, we can get the party started. I mean, there's definitely aspects to look at between like the whole scenario. Um, and in a way, it does continue on to the conversation of like even the proposal from before. It's like they can do this. What the fuck, Mike? But but until then, I'm just gonna grasp at straws at different topics that we could possibly talk about. I do also see Rustan pulling up.
Good morning, Rustan.
Good morning, Rustan.
Good morning. Good morning.
You sounded a little quiet for me.
Yeah, sounded a little different.
Can you hear me? Testing, testing. One,
I
two,
can
three.
hear you, but you're like way lower than Sinful is.
Uh,
But yes, very, very good to have you up here today. Very exciting day for you. You're gonna be in what is it, like 6 hours? You're gonna be body painting, and Stony will be DJing live to Decentraland from a gallery in LA.
yeah, I don't mean to interrupt all the happenings, but it would be cool to talk about some of the cool things happening right now, like the just dropped marketplace credits, which I think are a fantastic idea, or like Dr. Drip's new wearables that he dropped yesterday, using his artifact IP. Like he literally bought a new clone, created the wearables, and dropped them all within like 6 hours. I thought that was really, really cool. And like what I've been trying to set up for the last month or so, and it's a live event happening at a gallery closing tonight where I'm body painting, and Stony Eye is going to be there with me in person DJing. And I have an 86-inch TV that's going to be streaming Decentraland to the people in the gallery. And I really hope that some of you cats, if not all of you cats, can turn up and show off your wearables, because basically my avatar is going to just be standing there while I'm body painting, and it'll be the camera for you to connect with Torrance, California people, seeing you and seeing the chat. So I hope you guys can make it.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
would love to. Would love
I-
to. Bye.
No, no. I think there are ways. I'm not gonna elaborate on that one
Not ways
because,
that let me
but
show.
you know,
Not ways that let me show off my wearables, which was what he wanted. There would. I mean, not ways I'm willing to do.
yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you
I
mean. Dang,
I almost
you
forgot
right.
about that. I got to get my ass back from Palm Springs so I can get there tonight. What time is it again?
Just create a fit, Jared, and send it to the alternate wallet and join. You have my permission to join my land and show off your special unique fit. Starts at 8 p.m. Eastern time. And it's going to start in Decentraland before the gallery even opens. So you'll be seeing me start the painting and then the gallery will open. And I'll be like midway painting when people come through the doors.
Will you be streaming into Decentraland a video of the event? Like, will we see the people?
Yeah.
Okay,
What
cool.
you guys are gonna see, well, we have to test Stoney's camera and find the best angle. But basically, I'm primarily gonna get you guys to see the body painting, see Stoney, and see the screen, so you can see yourselves on the screen. But I'm hopefully gonna help you be able to see some of the crowd. But they're like least on the priority order of what I want for you guys to have, because I think
Makes
obviously
sense.
Stoney is like king, you know. So like I want to make sure you guys get as much as you can.
For 1 millisecond, when you first explained it, my mind heard that you were going to be body painting Stony while he DJs, and frankly, I think the world
That's
needs
not
to
a
see
bad
that
idea.
someday.
Maybe I can talk him into it.
That would be amazing. And yep, I'm very excited for tonight. I am ready. And yeah, I mean to so like with what Rustam was saying about his avatar, like so feel free to walk, over to Rustam at some point of the night and like with your best fit on and do some emotes, show them off to the normies out in the gallery in LA. This is the chance, guys. This is the chance.
Yeah, I also hope, like, again, I don't know what the video camera is going to be like, but it would be cool if like you saw someone in the crowd and maybe like their outfit or something, and you shouted it out in the chat, and we could be like, look, they're talking about you, because I think most of these people are going to be like, wait, what? Those are real people in a virtual world. They're going to be confused, and so I'm going to be educating a lot of them about it.
Uh, amazing, amazing. And I mean, what a way to bring our digital lives and real lives together. Rustan and Stony are doing it tonight. And both performing in their craft. So I'm so happy. I'm like, as someone that's known you two for what, the last like 3 years, 3.5 years or so, maybe longer, 4, not sure. Like, yeah, I'm someone that I'm proud to be your friends.
Thank you, man. Yeah, actually, tonight too is going to be the very first time I do a live body painting. I've always done pre-records because I actually used to do live body painting like 13 years ago on streams on Google Plus Hangouts, and I did a lot of them, and I just kind of got bored of it, so I stopped doing it because there's a lot of things that happen in a live stream that are taxing on my energy and ability to produce like a solid artwork. So like I just don't really mess with that too much anymore. But a lot of people have asked me to do that in Decentraland, and so tonight I'll be doing that for the first time.
That's so sick. Yeah, I mean, you never know, might even spark like an avenue of creativity. I know, like whenever, like with what you do, like what you do on YouTube is like amazing. And to tell you the truth, looking at like the quality of your work and then you tacking on like streaming to that could be like a big leap to like try to figure out.
Well, back in the day, I used to I used to like respond to people while I was painting, and it just throws you off your groove, you know, when you start and stop. It kills the flow a little bit. And so I have, when I do these things, I have to sort of plan to paint something that's not so difficult for me. And so I'm actually going to just paint the water caustics design that is a wearable. So that would be cool if anybody wants to rock that wearable and show that off, then I'll be able to tell the gallery, like, here's the real life painting, here's the virtual painting, as you can see, you know. So it'll be representative of that.
Is that the? Would that be like the one you were wearing earlier, the glow one?
It's the Metaverse Fashion Week, the free one that like everybody.
Oh, nice. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'll rock that. I'll be like, look, Rustan painted on me. All right, let's look over. Wow, we're we're all filled up in the world. Holy crap! I do see He Knows Gaming, our Beyond the NFT guest this past Monday. Very good to see you out here for the community building Decentraland X Space. Let's see, we got Green Safir in the crowd as well. Looking around. Welcome, Marika. I thought I saw Arlie around. Well, welcome. Oh, Zam and Toria are here too. So good to see everyone.
I want to add one more little thing. Like, doing gallery shows is what I used to do before Decentraland, and that was pretty much like my main bread and butter. And like when I was asked to do this show, I thought they were just gonna ask me to do just traditional make a print, hang it on the wall, and that's that, you know. But they gave me this. They said, "We heard you've been messing with AI and stuff," and I was like, I mean, more than that, you know. And so I explained what I've been doing, and then they let me do this setup, and they're very excited about it. And like, at first I was like, yeah, whatever, gallery show, prints on the wall, and then they gave me sort of free reign to do what I wanted, and I think it's a really cool opportunity to showcase this.
Most definitely. I'm just very happy that the opportunity presented itself. And I mean, you as like, for who you are as someone that could be like, in a way showing off what is possible in in a digital space, like you are the perfect person to do it. Um, educate the masses. I'm happy for it.
And anyone that's in California, please feel free to come. It's free admission. It's in Torrance, California, VIFA Gallery. That's VEFA, Visual Experience Fine Arts. I can't remember the address off the top of my head, but I have it plugged in on my. Oh, I should probably add the post to this. But everyone is welcome to come. If you can't come in person, you can go on Decentraland. If you can't go on Decentraland, you can go on Twitch, Sinful's Twitch, and see some of the happenings there.
Yep, 100%. I will be streaming on Twitch, X, and maybe Party, and yeah, should be available for everyone to see. What else was I was gonna mention? Oh, I'm very excited to play around with all the with everything you have like put together at the Riviera with like the smart assets, I think they're called. Are
Yeah,
they smart
yeah,
assets?
the lights and everything.
Yes.
Yeah, have fun with that.
Mm-hmm. I'm almost like tempted to like before the event happens, just like roll over there, play around with the lights. It's like, okay, when beat drops, this is what I'm gonna do. uh, but
Oh yeah, and
but
after I'm done painting and DJ might be Stony might be DJing for like up to 3 hours. It's all gonna be based on the vibe of the gallery and stuff. And they want me to do an artist talk after a part of it. So I'll be pretty tired, but we'll see what happens. So stick around for the artist talk if you're interested.
Ooh, I'm down. I'm down. Is that gonna also like kind of be in front of the camera, like
Yeah,
streamed?
yeah, definitely. Well,
Okay.
definitely like to me, obviously Decentraland is a huge priority for this, and I want to show these people, but I also like more importantly, I kind of just want to share this with you guys. This sort of part of my life that's like more valuable to me because like a lot of these people they still won't get it even after they see it. For the majority, I think most of them still won't get it, but I hope they remember in like 3 to 5 years when this thing is a little bit more normal that they saw this first at this gallery, and have an opportunity to buy an NFT, which I have on sale there. Um, and it's an impulse purchase, so it's reasonably priced for them to just pick up because they like the experience and want to remember it, but I expect them to forget about it, and then I want them to remember it years from now and think about the avatar that it comes with, and like I wonder if it works, and of course as long as I'm still alive, I intend to make sure that it works. um, yeah. This is more for Decentraland to me than anything. Otherwise, why would I have Stony DJ it? Besides him being an incredible DJ.
Man, yeah, that is really special. And yeah, thank you for kind of sharing that experience because this entire time I have been like kind of even thinking it's like, Rustan doesn't have to do this, like, but he is doing this. Because he like cares about like all of this, like what he's built around himself within this digital space, and yeah, all the connections, all the relationships, all the friends that he's made along the way, and all the fun he's had. Mhm. Let's see. Check. Canessa. Any Canessa? Did Canessa lie to me? Say like 10, 20 minutes. Actually, it's like an hour, 2 hour. Go ahead, Make.
Is the CB not ABC tours also this evening too? And there's a bunch
Yes.
going on, and I'm pretty sure the tribe's got vibes. So definitely if you're in the LA area, throw them into the chats. I know Rustan, I put them in like 8 chats for you, buddy. I really hope you got a packed house, fam.
Thank you, Meg. Yeah, I expect it to be pretty crazy. I had the idea of like going into all the communities that I'm a part of, like Clone X, Artifact, Kid Call Beast, every NFT that I own and I'm a part of, and shilling my event there. And I just like there's only so much I can handle, so I just left that for what it is. Because like I have a lot on my plate that I did to prepare for this.
I can't wait to talk to you guys after about the successes, challenges of doing the IRL event and streaming and bringing it in. I mean, I cannot wait.
Yep, that's something that Make is going to try to accomplish coming like NFT NYC.
Yep, for those of you guys going to NFT New York, proud to say that we've secured a venue for a MetaBeast Roman Party Live. So if you guys are in the general area, uh, reach out. It'll be RSVP, small venue, a lot of vibes, and we'll be running it back into DCL. Not on a Friday, but hopefully we'll rebroadcast the following Friday.
Can't wait, can't wait. Uh, do, do, do. So okay, so Dana had mentioned, kind of spoke about the marketplace credits, or kind of mentioned the marketplace credits, about how like Rustan used them to purchase some shoes or a new creator's wearable slippers, I believe.
Yeah,
Lazarus.
totally.
Um, so
I was
in all on,
I
oh,
was
go ahead.
planning to stack my credits for until until just before they expire and buy something expensive, But I came into the prom and there was a user that I'd never seen before, who had these cool slippers. And I have to try to find the link and post it. And Dana introduced them to me, and it was the new person who was excited about Decentraland and had these cool slippers, and they were on the market as legendaries for 5 mana, and I was like, I want those slippers, and I want this person to sell a lot of them and see like the potential of Decentraland. So I like didn't hesitate to use my credits on that immediately.
Nice, nice. Yeah, Dana actually like, gave me a heads up about him, and yeah, I'm very excited to like see what kind of content they could bring to Decentraland. Like they seem like, they have the idea and they have the assets. Now they need to probably learn how to implement. So, they're a little further out than most people that come in, asking for like land or like and uh and like just having an idea, really.
They definitely have a vision planned. It is Lazaro, and I just posted the link in the chat in the comments. And I was talking to Lazaro when I bought them, and they have a plan to do like a whole outfit. This is like it's a character of theirs called Chiri, and so this is just their slippers, and they plan to do like pants, jacket, headpiece, whatever. It's like a whole character that they're bringing in. So it was really cool, and I complimented them on their choice of edition size and price point. I thought it was really well planned and everything to start.
Yep, yep.
Hey,
Oh,
I'm
did you-
back.
hi. I was starting to feel lonely. I like started calling for you a couple times. I even set the premise for a hard-hitting topic that we haven't touched yet.
Oh, let me guess. CBD birthday.
So, well, I mean that one's kind of like the chaser. Like, right now we're about to like take the shot, and the CBD 3-year could be like the chaser
I think
to
you're looking for
kind
the
of.
spoonful of
Yeah.
sugar helps the medicine go down analogy.
What did I miss in the last half hour?
No, we've been talking about Rustan's upcoming events. I mean, a little bit about like between me and Make of like just how like what things we could look at to like try to even just keep growing in Decentraland. What do we really need? Moderation tools and stuff like that. Yeah, just getting down to those aspects, and once we reach the bottom, everything else, so we can fix the issues going back up. What else? What else did we cover? Marketplace credits. Rustan used his marketplace credits to purchase a new user's wearable, and he is very happy with this purchase.
Nice. I just bought some too because of what Rustan was saying. I'm an easy sell.
Well, I believe what he did is called pulling a Canessa, where you just spend your money to support a new creator you saw for the first time, whether you like it or not. It's convenient that he happens to like it.
Yeah. Ah. I gotta slow down on that
Oh,
spending, but yeah, it is nice to support a new creator. I think like it would be cool if there's like it'd be cool if all foundation members bought like one thing a week from new people. Like if they were given a allowance or somehow like
They don't
100
log
mana.
in one time a week. Why would they buy something that often?
It was cool when Esteban did that, just like went through the marketplace and bought up a bunch of stuff. I would love to hear like why he did that or what his motivation was.
Yeah, because he bought some stuff that I had priced ridiculous because I'm like, well, they're just giveaway items for certain things, and I don't want, they're not to sell. So Yeah, that's so. Do that. Put crazy prices on stuff. Somebody might buy it.
Toxic came up too. Hi, Toxic.
Hi. Sorry, don't want to interrupt. I just noticed that I was missing to share an event because, all the SpongeTron talk was a little bit too exciting for me. But next Friday, I have an event coming up, and I would be very, very happy if if you could join me. It's a Meet the DAO ED event. So we will have Gino live in world with us, and he's going to talk a little bit with me about his new position, how he got there, about the DAO, the restructuring, and all the hot topics that we, I think, experience right now. And the event is aimed to be special, so we don't gonna stream on Twitch or anything outside of the Decentraland. We want it to be as immersive as possible, and NGD is working on some tech to make this possible with some features that the crowd can really interact with Gino and with me during the event.
Can we
And
throw
we will have
tomatoes?
I didn't understand this. So we will have some nice tech, and it would be awesome if you could all come. We will have an open question session after the interview. And yeah, just wanted to let you all know that everyone is warmly invited. And yeah, thanks for letting me speak.
And when is this Toxic?
Sorry. Next Friday, so May 30, 10 p.m. UTC. So far, no other events. I checked the event page.
Mew mew mew. Thank you, Toxic. And Meg, did you want to comment
I
on that
just
real
wanted to
quick?
see, with everything going on, we totally missed the chaos that was the Sponge AI rogue thing. And I really wanted to know how Toxic and Canessa felt personally, because I did throw a little live twerk for Toxic, and I definitely tried to do the hula hoop without a hula hoop for Canessa last night. So I just want to know how y'all felt. I hope I didn't insult you with my twerking and my, fake hula hooping.
Never.
I loved it.
That's all I
This
got.
was like it was like a fever dream, when it's like 4
I,
a.m. You're chilling on your couch on a party in the metaverse. I think this is already totally crazy. And this
I was wondering why like Meg was like humping it- something. Like I was
it,
like, why is he
it
humping
was
right
for the
now? What is
ladies.
that?
It
Like
was
his
for the ladies.
uh I see. So I shouldn't have seen that. I should have closed
By the
my
way,
eyes.
huge shout to 50 for putting that amazing set together for us yesterday. So special. I mean, people are coming back, people are pushing forward, and it's fucking dope. That I was
50 did do a really good job. Even in my bitter anger, I was like, fuck, this is pretty
it
good.
was
This is
so
pretty good.
fun.
So
You know what?
so that is the power of music.
Yeah. And it's the power of us getting together and doing something and just continuing to push. That I looked at yesterday as one of my favorite times and such a victory of people together having a good time. Even the rogue chatbots, which I couldn't really, between DJing and running around, I couldn't really figure out what was going on with the sponge overlord, but it seemed like it was a vibe. I think you guys confused PPA though. She wrote me very confused.
I'm so sorry, but I said it. I said it already 100 times, but I want to say it one more time. Thank you so much, Meg, for letting us test SpongeTron yesterday. This was really, really awesome, and much love for the trust. And I hope it brought some value. Like, I hope people had fun, and it was not too distracting from the music, because you're right, Fiddy was playing a really, really nice set, and yours was fire too. Um, yeah, thank you.
I know SpongeTron said some pretty shockingly accurate and hurtful things too about Jared to poor new user who was just there for the first time. It was a little wild. He was like he's disappeared into like the vapors or the ether. I can't remember exactly how he said it. I was like, damn, that's like shockingly astute observation about what has happened to that avatar.
Yeah, I don't know. SpongeBob was yesterday really maybe a little bit too sassy, but it's kind of the personality that he's building right now. And to be honest, I'm totally here for it. It may be because of Roostan. Because
SpongeTron is going through his teenage phase. That's all.
Totally.
This is just hormones kicking in.
And he loves to fight with Roostan, and I don't know why. Yesterday, Roostan is right. I just saw that he was pinning up the a picture of what SpongeBob was saying yesterday, and he called Roostan his mademoiselle, and I loved it. And for me,
I was
it's
just trying to charm SpongeBob. I was trying to charm him, and I did, and then I was done.
You succeeded.
That awkward silence was brought to you by Dr. Drip. Make sure to pick up your Burger Element long sleeve shirt. It's at Dr. Drip on Dr. Drip's website right now. Make sure to check out his wearables. I'm pretty sure he has a it's like a burning mechanism with one of his with his red jacket. You can burn the red jacket to get a gold one.
Yeah, you buy his 10 mana red jacket. It's a legendary, I believe. You then go to his website, like rewards.drdrip. Sure, you can find it in his profile. And then you just send it to the address, and then it'll automatically send you a sweet gold one. It's pretty good, so smooth. And if it doesn't work, you can just tag Hammer M, and they'll fix it for you. But I believe it's worked for pretty much everyone every time, except for Fancy, who just did it too early because Fancy. He's got to get that wearable ASAP.
Yeah,
You gotta get the number one.
Drip's been dropping a lot of really cool stuff in the last couple weeks, and the suit jacket is sharp as hell. Also got the tie-dye T-shirt that he gave to people who attended his workshops, and like those Clone X assets that he dropped yesterday. I definitely recommend people snatch those up. Even though a lot of people like to publicize their artifact rug, it's pretty, like, the brand is pretty amazing, even though it's over. Like, I was exploring their website, artifact.com, yesterday, and it's like one of the nicest websites I've ever seen. It's really well done.
What if that like truly is the artifact? Like they are the artifact of the project. Like it's kind of funny.
That's how they announced the exit. Basically, they said we are becoming what we have always intended to be. I think that was a bullshit write up because they failed, but they spun it in that way, and I thought that was brilliant.
So how do we go about if you've got this awesome creator like Dr. Drip and M who are creating like literally I would say a metaverse brand, and they don't have a storefront in Decentraland where all their stuff is on display, how do we force them to do something that maybe they don't want to do and like create an actual Dr. Drip like store with their branding and everything?
I tried to get Dr. Drip to send me assets so that I could make a store with his assets in it, and he said, "Yeah, like let me see what I can get you," and he ghosted me. So, is he still here? Because if he's not, I'll tone down my joke. Yeah, Dr. Drip, I see you out there. You lied to me.
We can send him land at Cantina Village and then force him to abide by HOA regulations.
Yes. Well,
I think Drip is. Sorry, Kanessa, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna make HOA jokes about keeping your grass trimmed and keeping garbage cans outside in the weekends. And no, but like seriously, I mean, just on you too, there's no like where do I go to like look at your wearables to buy? We don't have it. Like it would be really cool to start, because I'm just thinking like if somebody comes in, they're like, I want to build a metaverse brand. Like there's the marketplace, but there's no great like representation of like, oh, this is the shopping district, like this.
Fabio Green has a really good store.
Yes, Yes, he does. Yes.
Well,
Yes.
what Drip is doing, maybe, I mean, I don't think it's unintentionally. He's really like modeling a good way to do that. Like his burn thing is an app that he created on Shopify. And so like what Hyperfy version 2 is doing is building a platform for normies that can use Web3. Where Hyperfy version 1 was Web3 trying to acquire normies, which is what Decentraland does, and wearables on Shopify by his real life physical things, which will eventually attract people that are unfamiliar with Decentraland and like, what's this badass digital hoodie? If I can get it and I can wear it in Decentraland, I really like this hoodie. Let me buy this. I want to go see what it looks like now in this random metaverse that I never heard of. You know, so I think what Drip's doing with that is like really innovative, and I think it could work, especially if more people start to apply that.
And that's what I'm saying with that. Like, I don't want to say somebody, that somebody's like the best creator, like but Dr. Drip and M, like, I think as far as branding and producing stuff, it's like they're doing a really good job. Like, and yeah, I just want to see them create a storefront, have all their stuff there, but I don't know. I don't know if that's like, would it be cool to have like a community storefront where, I know, Sin, when you and I first talked about community building, or like way back when, the first time I ever thought of like having a venue, I wanted to have like a dance floor in the middle, but then surrounded by that are like wearable models of everybody's wearables from the community. So you're there dancing, watching the show, but you're also getting that, like, right there in your face, these like Stony's wearables or whomever. Like, so maybe it would be cool just to create like a community space where everybody, like, some people make wearables every once in a while, but that's not like their main modus operandi. So like, that'd be kind of cool too. One exists.
Uh, Speaking on the HOA, which HOA rule did I break? Because my scene's not. I went over there this morning and I couldn't see my scene.
What? Let me go over there.
I mean, that's not an effect that we implement. Usually, when you break our HOA rules and we have to enforce, the rules, we usually point
The Death
cannons
Star.
in
We
your
usually
direction.
use the Death Star and just destroy the whole neighborhood.
Y-
No, I see it. You've got these
Yeah. So
awesome,
Okay, it does
amazing
pull.
creatures.
Okay,
Wait,
except
They changed
that does
direction.
not fall in our
They
jurisdiction.
they
just
better
changed
not
direction.
have.
No, dude. They were pointed at me, the cantina,
Oh,
and then all of a sudden they just switched, and they knew. They were like, yeah, we're not
okay.
gonna.
When I first made that, they were, because I didn't know I didn't know what I was doing. So I turned them, but that's weird that I think I thought I saw that too happen once.
That's weird. And somebody said that BB-8 looked like he was trying to mount or otherwise hump the rock. If that happens to anybody, just like run away from the scene or reload it, because the two animations, sometimes they're not synced up and it's more of a thrust than a gentle roll. So
Sounds like my harassing SpongeBob.
your scene does not load. That is weird. It doesn't load until I step on it. What's up with that?
I hate that. That's like a SDK6 build that disappears when you get to it, except for
On my way.
reverse.
Yeah, and I think that isn't like, so to understand that correctly, there's like a lower version of the scene that's why, like, you can see the lighthouse in the distance, but it's not animated, and it's not until I go up to it that the higher, like, I don't know,
It
higher
is
version of the scene.
it is heavy. It is big.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
maybe
have
that's
found
why.
in my experience, like when I push my 100K triangle 1x1s, like those things will disappear as like, at least the best you can see it from like 2 parcels away.
Okay,
Okay,
were they
so
point?
people are about to
Yeah,
see.
and Sin, were they
What?
pointed at the cantina for a second?
Yeah, they were small. Well, first off, I didn't see them until I fell onto the land, and then second, they were smaller and pointed at La Cantina. But then they something happened, stutter happened, and they were now they're pointing towards new
I'm
land and they're bigger.
considering that an act of aggression.
I actually do consider that an act of aggression as well. And, I mean, but like I will comment that his grass is actually over trimmed,
No way.
like almost
No
butchered.
way.
I
It's
gotta just
butchered.
jump
That's
right in
I
there. I have not cut my IRL grass in like 3 weeks because I'm trying to grow grass in Colorado, and people have come to me from the neighbors like, "Hey, grass, and I'm like, "Isn't it long and pretty?" No, no.
You have
Today I
nicer
have to cut
neighbors.
grass, and it's gonna take me for effing ever because it's
Wow.
too long. It's gonna take forever. Pants is literally looking at me like, yo, I made you tasty coffee. You know you have to cut the grass. And instead, you're talking to your internet friends again. Great work.
Yeah.
But the
Well,
coffee, though, was freaking fabulous.
just tell your neighbors we're moderately cool. We're kind of cool.
I
Not
told him my digital grass was very well maintained and I fixed my stairs.
That's the important part. Oh my gosh, there's somebody in this rock. Who is that? Olivia is in the rock.
your assistant, your old
No, that's
assistant. Is
Alicia.
she?
No, Olivia. I don't know. I don't know who this is.
Oh yes, is it Aisha? No, Alicia.
Alicia. Yeah.
Alicia.
No, there's two people in the rock here. There's a funky collider because I did that to save triangles. So that rock I know just has like a box as a collider, not a real rock. So I'll have to trap. I'll have to trap people. Gosh, I can't even run around. I'm like noob. Okay, so Sin, was that the important issue or did we even touch it yet? Oh no, did we lose Sin? Or is he talking and I don't hear him?
Oh, my bad. I was
Okay.
muted.
It's all right. You're stay
I
here,
mean,
so we'll let you go.
I heard there was a user that was banned from the platform
I heard that too.
this
I
past
heard
week.
that too.
Yeah. And I mean, I know that there's been a lot of like, questions correlated around that. Like, it's like, are they just allowed to do that? I mean, like, does it fall under terms of service? Like, what, like, because like this is like the first time that an action like this has been taken. Like, can that, or am I wrong
Actually,
with
HP brought
saying
to my
that?
attention in the forum that there are like 18 banned wallets, but only 2 of them, with the exception of the most recent edition, that poor guy, who have any like transaction history. And the one of the banned wallets was Super Nina's, which I assume was the hacked one. I remember someone mentioning there was like a hacked user who had to get that person's account banned. And then there was another one that I didn't look into much further because I was just kind of like curious, because the Super Nina wallet had like way more transaction history. So there have been 18 banned wallets, maybe 19 now. I can't remember if the total is 18 or if it was 18 previously. But they have banned wallets before. Um, the as I don't believe they've ever banned an active community member.
But yeah, active community member, or like, would you say even banned as a reaction, like without kind of, I don't know, just felt like there wasn't really a process
In my
around all that.
experience, I feel like Decentraland moderation and support staff is very, they're pro escalation, where you tend to think of that as a kind of a position where you should be more of a de escalator. They tend to be pretty reactive and more than content to just escalate a situation to its worst possible outcome. In my experience, maybe others have had different experiences, but I feel like anytime there's a reactive person, myself, a Zom, someone who's, can become emotionally engaged in a way that makes them, a little less receptive to threats, commands, or admonitions. I don't think that they have they're not prepared or like skilled to handle that in a constructive fashion that doesn't make the situation worse. I think that I don't know. I maybe obviously I could be considered biased on that take, but I think that most people would probably be willing to agree. Would be my hypothesis.
I mean, I would say that I would agree that like, the Decentraland staff, or whether it's support or anyone that's handling the Discord or coders or anyone really, um, they do tend to be more on on the sensitive side. I mean, the thing is, we as users, we need to, or we should at least already kind of know this, and in a way know how they would react to what kind of like, what kind of behavior
Oh,
we're
I think
displaying.
that one should
Like,
find it quite shocking that a person, hey, I believe you can find pretty regular Kaze, however you say his name, and all of the Central End Sports saying, we will never DM you first. So it's hard for me to understand how there are any rules or punishments or consequences for how you would speak in your DMs. Because if anything, you should assume that the person DMing you is a scammer.
okay, yeah,
I don't know
semantics,
how I
but I
feel
mean,
about
I'm
it,
trying to talk
Jared,
about the real
but
thing
I
here.
have to tell
Uh,
you, and you know how much I like you. I really do. I still think we should have a show because it would just go off the rails all the time. But I thought you were Yumel. I really did.
I did too. I was
I mean,
excited
I
when he
really was
came
like,
in.
oh man, finally we're gonna finish that conversation about the Phantom wallet, and I was all excited. And then I was like, oh fuck you, Jared. Now I didn't want you banned, but it is a hard thing to swallow because all of this stuff is sensitive. And when those names come in the Dow and everything else, it's like people don't get it.
I
And
mean,
then people start feeling rugs. So
how
I'm not
how
saying it was
long did
right
you
at
think I was
all.
EML though? Like, was it like I can't imagine it was a
I
long
mean,
period of time.
until I saw you at like other events than in Genesis Plaza, I wasn't sure. And that's just the
Well,
truth. I mean, I wasn't that observant to it, shame on me, but it even caught people like me.
Well,
And it's just I'm just being honest.
I
Like,
mean,
you know, I care
I'm
about you.
certainly
I
not going to be mad at
appreciate
you for
you.
saying that you thought well, that was never my intention. I feel as though, in general, I communicate in a pretty consistent fashion. And I also think that if you looked at my avatar, even on the first day when I did
Listen,
intentionally dress up as Yamel at the
I
garden,
don't
I believe
think
it
the
was.
ends justify the means. I'm just telling you, it did even catch me by surprise. That's all. I wanted you to have that perspective as someone who spends a fair amount of time with you and really actually enjoys the banter and enjoyment. Like, I don't know, again, ends, means, but these growing pains we all need to start dealing with if we're
Well,
going to get anywhere with this platform.
the thing
And
is,
it's,
though, is there is already a mechanism in the DAO, which is where names come from, to ban names. So it's just like I would argue that there is no place for a threatening DM, accusing someone of impersonating. I would argue that impersonating goes beyond just putting a name on. Like putting a name on isn't impersonating. Like if like the vendors, you got to act, you got to play the role. And I think that at no point
o-
did I really ever say anything. They're like, oh, that's clearly the executive director of this
I think
platform.
where it gets a
okay,
little tough is if you're putting stuff in the Dow as that name. I think there is a threshold there, Jared. That is definitely. I'm not saying you are wrong.
See, it's
I'm
not
not
it's not my
saying
fault that
so
the system is so flawed because every time I ever submitted any of the POI removals or additions, I had my redacted set up. I don't see why I couldn't just set that in stone.
well. Either
okay,
way,
so
that's
I mean,
semantics from the reality of the situation. Again, I don't we don't know where the first and the immediate response is for stuff. I think it's going to have to take cooler heads from all sides in many different topics. Either way, these are the growing pains we're faced with right now to decide the future of Decentraland and if we are going to successfully populate this place for long term success for all users, not just what is written, what isn't written, but there is a lot of time and it is time to grow up some more. And I don't mean you, I mean the platform. Like, these are just great examples of what we need to do for change for a larger scale reality. And maybe, maybe they have a burn mechanism for anything related instead of
I
these
do
are
think more
names or this or
context
that.
though is needed because like
Mm,
literally Kaze was laughing about my name, but did say like, "Oh, we need to get that from you," and I said, "Okay, like I will sell it to you at cost because I think extorting people for a name is gross, as I'm clearly and plainly on the record for." So I literally already had offered to just sell it to the foundation for 100 mana, which seems like a very reasonable offer to me. I don't think that's unreasonable. So I'd literally already spoken with Kaze, who chose to not follow up on that. When Yamel DM'd me saying, change your name, I said, lame, but okay. And like, so I did. So like, I'd already acquiesced I'd already offered to sell it to them at cost days prior. I'd already changed my name when then getting an admonishing, threatening email from, or to DM from Kaze like 20 minutes after I'd already talked to Yamel. Um, of which I then said, oh, kindly go fuck yourself. Or I didn't say kindly, I said, whatever. Oh, you know what?
So yeah, that's where
But
I
you
I
kind
can,
of
think the kindly
want to
went
get
right
in
out the
because
window at some point, mister.
but I would argue that like what
yeah,
is happening in my DMs is not. You can't like. He should have opened a support ticket, brought me in it, and then said that in support, where obviously server rules are in effect, and I am not allowed to speak my mind openly and honestly, like I can in my DMs. Where again, I'll remind you, support
Can I
staff
give
will never
you
DM you first.
can I give you a flip side? Like, look at X right now, right? There are plenty of people. One of my favorite creators, Strike, who comes to visit us in DCL, made a joke about Trump and a meme coin, and his entire account was striked. No conversation, no whatever. It's technically right.
Sure,
X is
sure,
supposed to
but
be free speech. This da 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 da. Da. There ain't no coming back on X when they did make a decision because it's all automated. There ain't no people making
That,
decisions. You just get wiped out.
X
It's
I,
has quite a few
it's
more
part of
users that they
the.
can expend. I would argue, like they have.
Uh,
people get banned all the time on other platforms. Like Fortnite will do it in waves. They'll ban people using like cheats, VPNs, and then people are like, "Oh, I'm back in now." Like it happens back and forth. Same with Roblox. Like you violate the terms of service, they ban you. You have
Right.
to appeal it. You come back. But like my question is, those are both platforms where I do spend a ridiculous amount of money on my skins, but it is not advertised as a world like user owned and operated. It's just you buy the subscription, you've got your Robux, but you don't own anything. Decentraland is different. It's advertised as user owned and operated, where I own my land, I own my wearables, I own my name. Like they cannot operate with the same approach as these other platforms because they're banning users from the utility that those
Well,
tickets, the NFTs, if you look at them like tickets, I think they absolutely need to uh go through their terms of service or whatever. I know people don't want to get into the litigious part of it, but like they need to have it crystal clear.
it's also like you said, they broke in the examples you gave in these corporate places where people get banned. They're violating the terms of service. I challenge someone to find the word banned in any of the documentation Decentraland that's offered, because the word in the code of ethics, the ban is banned drinking at the job. Like their code of ethics only actually applies to employees if you actually read what it's in there. And I believe the word, and then otherwise, I don't think ban appears again. And there's certainly nothing about banning users. But so yeah, I just the terms of use or and content policy weren't violated. Like there's this. I actually also don't think there's any rules that would police someone going to an event and just shouting "fuck" for 15 minutes. But I would acknowledge that perhaps that's not the best look and hard. And I understand why someone might want to stop that for at least the duration of the event. But again, I do not believe there's anything that covers that or makes that and like allows them to do that from there's no like And also, last time I checked, the SDK referenced in the terms of service or terms of use was like SDK 5. It's for sure not SDK 7. Like, they definitely just need to update their documentation.
It sounds like they need to update it, and they need to like convey that, because they can update all they want, but if they don't convey that message to the users, then it doesn't mean a thing. It needs to be absolutely crystal clear how we lose access to our NFTs. Because I mean, you still have your NFT; it's still on OpenSea, so somebody would argue you still have it. But like these NFTs that we have, because you have to enter the gate through Decentraland to really have utility with them. That gate, to think now that that gate can be closed for somebody is a game changer, just like the other proposal. These two things I think are really pivotal in how we look at and approach this decentralized platform, because we have to have rules. We have to have like, I want, that hacked account to be banned, like to keep people safe. Like I want, if there was somebody with really malicious, hateful intentions, I would want them to, well, I don't know. I personally would want them to be banned, but then it's Web3. So it does get into that ethos. But I guess it's like a identity crisis. Like, where does that ethos end of like, hey, it's decentralized, I can do whatever I want? Like, because I don't know, maybe this isn't the place for a person who wants to be protected by keeping hate and all of this out of there. But the way I see it, from what happened to you, it protocol doesn't exist, protocol was not followed. And
But protocol
yeah,
broke.
and like, I mean, coming at it from me being a special education teacher, where I had, students that like threatened my life, threatened to shoot me, threatened to shoot other student, like big serious stuff. We had a protocol to go through to get each individual to safety, my safety, the student's safety. And it was all written up in a behavior intervention plan. And it was just very linear, like first A, then B, then C, so that the students, the parents, everybody knew how to get banned from school and everything. And like, to really, for a multi-million dollar organization to not have that structure, it's like, it's sad how it was found, but like we got to patch it up. Like, who cares? Like the past is the past. No, not the we do care, but like, what are we going to do to move forward? It's got to be crystal clear, or any of us can have that gate shut, and then we can't get into Decentraland. Like,
In
yeah,
my experience, there's not
Yep.
the moderators can pretty much do what they want at their discretion, and there doesn't seem to be anyone actually like reviewing their choices or decisions. They're just like, and like in general, and like as presented by the like thing Hayes posted, which he clearly didn't write since it referred to him in the third person, which doesn't seem to be a habit he has. I think they just get like, they just send it to legal to be like, oh, could you just like justify our actions, like defend us. There's like, it's like HR as opposed to like, actually being like a, like protect us from the employee or user, versus like let us find an equitable solution that is like actually making us a better, more thoughtful and intelligent, run organization.
yeah. I mean, like, I've been running around Minecraft a little bit lately on a public SMP. Really fun. It's fun searching for other people's bases, and it's crazy the stuff that I find out in the middle of nowhere. Somebody's taken the time to build swastikas, to build hate speech, and I fucking destroy that shit. I make it that ground doesn't even exist. But like, it's free. They can do like they have the freedom to do that. It's not policed. It's not like, you can't stop somebody from doing that. Like, it's an open platform. All I can do is remove those blocks. They can just come and rebuild it. But it really does make me just question, like, how far do we take that? Like, what would happen if they did that here? If a certain word was put on somebody's parcel, if people use that kind of hate speech. I mean, we've got other, like we were talking, there's other physical threats that have been stated around here. And, are we holding everybody to the same accountability, or are there rules against that? Can we just spout off and do what we want, say what we want, or should we be held to expectations?
Speaking of hate
I do
speech,
see Rashawn
speaking
ban.
of hate speech, Hayes expressly accused me of using hate speech, and I would like someone to show it to me, or I'd like an apology, because hate speech has a very specific meaning, and And I hate to say it, but historically, Decentraland hasn't had an issue with hate speech, i.e., Jason X or any other number of people saying awful things about the queer and trans members of the community. So I take hate. That's a serious accusation, and maybe it's just a language problem, but I would like an apology or a clarification where I did, so that I can then learn, grow, and not use hate speech.
Thank you. Let's pass it over to Rustan.
Yeah, I remember back in the browser days when you sign up with a new account, there was a sign up for the email newsletter, and then there was also a terms of service checkbox. And I remember we would be annoyed about these steps to get on board just to like log in. And I remember reading those terms of service because I was interested based on my work, and my usual situation of being banned from every social media platform ever made. And I remember it saying in there the foundation reserves the right to remove a user who doesn't act accordingly based on, and they listed off certain things which are probably on that link now. I don't know. I don't really care. But yeah, I mean, it was there. I don't know if it's still there as a new user, but it was there, and it bothered me then that was there because I was interested in the decentralization centralization debate, right? And now I just literally don't care either way, whether it's decentralized or centralized. I just care about the present and being able to do what I want to do the way I want to do it, and I do that, and I take advantage of it, and I enjoy every second of it, and I profit from it, and I don't profit from it, and I think that this is a finite thing personally, and I'm just enjoying every minute I can with it, and whatever comes next, I'll be there to jump on that too. Um, and I forget the words you used, Jared, at the prom when you were very upset, but you definitely did make some hateful comments. Not to say
Hateful comments
you're
and hate speech are very different.
okay.
Hate speech is
But
like a defined term to be like
I forget the term
anti-Semitic
you used.
bigotry. I didn't. I definitely. I mean, it maybe.
Do you
Decentraland.
remember? Do
Surely
you
they can
remember
provide.
the term? I forget. It wasn't communist. It was another word.
Fascist. Fascist isn't hate
Fascist.
speech.
There it is.
Calling someone that
You
is
said
what
you
fascism is.
you said the foundation was a bunch of fascist cunts.
That's not hate speech. That is hyperbolic and perhaps it's angry. But hate speech is if I had called them all like
I don't
slurs.
know. The C word, as things go, are pretty much the edge of sanity.
I
I
think
mean, in
only in
general,
Australia.
in society, I
Yeah.
know like fuck has gotten down and
Listen,
shit.
that
Forget it.
is
It's like I don't even know how to censor my kids on Netflix at this point. When like Baby Shark throws in a fuck you every once in a while, but yeah, the C word, that is pushing it. It's still in society, in everyone I've met so far. I don't know. We could ask Toxic how they feel in Germany, but
Just not
generally
Australia.
speaking,
I
it's
think
naughty.
it's acceptable in
all right.
Australia.
I
But
I will
like with
acknowledge
that
that
said,
that
like
is extreme profanity, but again, hate speech is defined and is like actionable. Like you can go be sued and persecuted like legally for spewing hate speech. Whereas
but
I
I
don't
mean,
think technically calling someone a c word would
I think
qualify.
on the terms that I agreed to, profanity was one of the terms. So I don't know. But with that said, like just from like the objective, like Make described you, and I agree with Make. Like I see you the way Make sees you. Like those of us that really know you and appreciate you, we understood your intent. But like from a user perspective of people that don't know you, and those users who are like not part of Decentraland for the most part, like and bashing Decentraland from the outside now, they hate you in a way that they don't understand you the way that we do, and most people that join and are exploring Decentraland don't know you the way that we do, and so from a foundation perspective with all their flaws are
No,
going to have to pass judgment in ways that in some cases, especially this case, we don't agree with.
now, to be clear though, primarily my objections are actually the being banned for a week. I guess has been downgraded for anyone who isn't aware. Sorry, Alpha, to burst your bubble, but the ban will only be for a week. Since I'm sure you're one of like the 5 people who is down with it. But for the record, like my primary issues are actually everything leading up to what enraged me is, and I'm more upset about Kaze's just in casual just banning from the Discord for what's going on in my DMs and how he's executed his job. I don't. I'm not. I'm not. I am able to be like, look in retrospect when the emotions has ceased calm to go, oh yeah, like I was having what could only be described at best as like a mental breakdown or adult tantrum. Absolutely. I'm not here to be like, oh yeah, like that should be allowed, and I'm cool with it. I'm just my objective is actually the steps of the process that led up to the Kaze once again, because because the Kaze finds a way to like punish me every like major event. Actually, it's pretty impressive how consistently he like will just fit in my mouth during events. So I'm just more like that because like additionally, as the lead moderator, there should be some amount of emotional intelligence. Like anyone who knows me, anyone who's ever dealt with me knows I do not take being banned or silenced or being unheard very well. I'm not. Listen, I'm working on it. I swear. Despite
but that
all of this, the
also
others.
just forces like that forces everybody to kind of like walk on tiptoes around
No,
it.
no, no,
Like
no,
if
no,
you know,
no. I
that's not
disagree.
fair.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm not saying let me swear at you. What I'm saying is when I've already acquiesced to Yamel's request, I have already changed my name. Wait until after the party to then send me your threatening, admonishing message. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying let me be an asshole. I'm saying if I've already been spoken to by the executive director and said, yeah, okay, got it, then wait until the party's over to then come and scold me and then threaten me with a banning. I don't think that's an unreasonable
So that's
ask.
where I feel
Like that's just competent
that's
moderation.
where I feel like the foundation went wrong though. Like there was definitely a break in communication down the line. Like Bossman definitely should have communicated to like everyone. It's like, hey, I just talked to Jared. Jared's gonna be cool. And then you probably wouldn't have received the message 20 minutes later, but there was just absolutely no communication on their end, it
And I
seems.
will repeat again, Kaze literally laughed about my name, and I already offered to sell it to them at cost. Like this like he's literally already like joked around about it. Like like for him to then come to me scoldingly after I'd already offered him a solution out of this problem is I think everything of like is. And by the way, the name is no longer available to them for 100 mana. That offer is no longer on the table. Sorry, but so that's part of where I'm like, I think my rightful outrage and fury stems from. It's like I'd already told him that they could have it for 100, and he just didn't follow up at all. He just ignored that offer. So like that's where my rage and fury about the injustice of being banned and then scolded and then banned was started.
So
Yeah, I don't
instead
know
of
the actual order of events of what went down, but I totally see the human shift in nature from laughing to your name in world, and then potentially seeing the DAO governance name pop up on like dozens of proposals, and that definitely has more serious weight to it. So I don't know the order of when Kaze saw things, but yeah, I mean you got to remember that everybody here is just human and they're making decisions on the fly. And yes, we would love to see the foundation, have like a perfect setup, but obviously everything we've seen the foundation do in the last 4 years is imperfect. So that like all this stuff needs to be taken into consideration.
Well, and also maybe if there's like this is not the only time that somebody has gone into a party and said things that upset the party goers. I know it's happened in the past, actually surprisingly not very often, but it has happened. It will happen again. And maybe a better option would have been like instead of banning, how about a mute button where the person is just not allowed to talk? Like, because what I'm seeing, if I play devil's advocate, I'm foundation. I just spent a bunch of money advertising PR to have a prom, finally get everybody in world. And then I've got one person there creating an unpleasant environment for others. I mean, like I don't know is the decentralization aspect, like should we mute people in chat if that's happening, or should foundation mute people? I don't know. I mean, I can kind of see that the ethos of that going both ways.
Yeah, that was the spawn of the roach rugger, right, at Kazakhstan when I had that set up. And I remember telling Roach Killer like that this goes beyond the roach. Like this is like a very important thing for landowners to be able to do because like there's you know, there's this situations, especially with politics, or like you were talking about the swastikas and stuff. Like a landowner should be able to control who is invited to their party. Basically, you know, it's my party, and I'm in charge. And I didn't mention this before, but for Metaverse Fashion Week, for my runway show, I created a video to be put on the screens, and a day before, it was censored by the legal team of the foundation. You know, and a lot of people within the foundation didn't necessarily agree with it, but the legal team said, no, we can't put this video up. And it was because of the
Confident is their
naked
system.
avatars. It was
The
because of the
day
naked
before, though, is when they
avatars.
got back to you. How long ago?
Yeah.
How
Well,
much
let me
time before
finish.
did you submit it?
So like it was because of the naked avatars emoting, you know, like they even said that I could put more of my actual work, which I didn't show any nudity. You know, I
Were they
made a
bull riding?
no, they were doing the fashion walk, you know,
Oh,
the
that's
Tower Walk. And I was like, okay, I just thought, you know, it was a fashion show, whatever. You know, I didn't make a big deal about it because it's not the first time that it has happened to me in my life. And so I whipped up just a quick video to replace it with. But they also made it clear, like, yeah, because of, you know, whatever um, sponsors, brands, whatever that they're dealing with, like they can't have that on display. And can you cover the nipples on my little storefront on the model that I had rotating on display? Can you cover the nipples on that? And I was like, yeah, no problem, whatever. You can do whatever you want on your land, but on this foundation land, we have to unfortunately censor it. You
One
know.
of those
And
other projects had a video that absolutely had a butt plug and a dildo in it. I'm just
yeah, it's the
but
story of my
they,
life.
yeah,
That's
yours
the
be
story of my life. It's just the way it is for me, unfortunately. Like if I want to do what I want to do, like it's just the way it is, you know. And I can either make a big deal about it and fight about it, or just like make something that works, you know, and like still have it available to be seen. And that's the route that I've always opted for. I never spend a lot of time and energy like fighting a setup, even though this is supposed to be decentralized and like whatever, you know, like it is what it is, and I still do what I do. You know, today we're going to see nudity in Decentraland through my live stream, thanks to all the community that's going to help make this happen. You know.
and all the accounts listen down there just that happen to jump into a random Twitter space. They're like, wait, what?
I can't wait for the nudity. Well, go ahead,
nothing,
Jared.
nothing. The news. I was gonna say I still feel like I have an excellent CoinDesk article to offer them anytime they ask.
I also should add, like the opening of this gallery show, they asked me to have a thong on the model, and they also were going to have pasties, but on the day of the show they said, don't worry about the pasties. And then you know, like for me it's stupid, it's just stupid. Like I've done live art shows where I had the males wear pasties because I just think it's ridiculous, you know. But it is what it is, and I'll, if that's what they expect or hope from me, then I'll do that. As long as I can show some remnant of my work, I will do whatever the venue asks of me. um, but for this closing, they were like, you know what? We saw the model in the thong and we realized how ridiculous that is. So, like, tonight's closing show is going to showcase the body painting in the way that I think it should be done, shamelessly, not fearing the full nude body, you know. And so as a result, like as a result of me not freaking out and complaining about being told how to showcase my art, I'm now going to be able to showcase it the way that I intend.
I guess we're at the juncture of just figuring out how far decentralization really goes. Like, at what point? Yeah, just kind of figuring out where the limits are.
Yeah, it
Maybe
seems like there needs to be a balance of some sort, right?
I think so. I mean, if yeah, definitely. Like there's big issues. If somebody had something really horrible on the property next to mine or published something that is really offensive, like, oh yeah, that would be bad.
They already banned
Me?
those, so that's the other thing that drives me crazy with the land conversation. They've already banned a super device. Like anyone like clinging to this idea of a free utopian libertarian dreamscape, it doesn't exist. It hasn't existed ever, and it doesn't exist now.
I think in regards to me and my work, if I just jumped into Decentraland today for the first time and none of you knew me and just like carelessly showcased my work unapologetically, I would expect to have a hard time with that. I would expect some of you people that maybe support my work now would maybe not like that. But I think I've demonstrated in the last 4 years who I am, what my intentions are, what I'm about, what I really truly mean, and as a result, you've grown to accept me and my work for what it is.
We love you, Rustan. But here's something to think about, like, because you're not the only person with nudity, like Mr. Cathouse. I think the community's been pretty receptive to their content, and that's like no pasties, no pasties there. So like there is, I don't know, I don't know if you're like the gateway drug to nudity. You
Well,
just
what's
like
interesting about that venue, I went to their opening party and I spent a lot of time there, and I got naked and started dancing and everything. And I had a conversation with them. And it's funny when you meet new users, you hear their goals and perspectives and desires and some of them are they'll learn, I think, are unachievable potentially, or maybe they need to like just step back a little bit and be a little bit more humble. But this creator definitely knows the potential of what could go wrong, and is putting in place some of the things to help prevent that from happening, like age verification, token gating kind of things, and is aware of the potential of people becoming upset and trying to find the right steps to take to make sure that that is not an issue. So like I appreciate those things, and they're on the right path. There's just things that like they'll need to learn along their journey that'll make it easier for them, I think. And most people that don't do those things are just gonna like fail and disappear.
Yeah, as pornographers go, I think Mr. Cathouse is pretty reasonable, and like I'm happy that he's our pornographer. I guess if we're gonna have one, he's a nice guy, and he seems passionate and fairly understanding. He goes around. He's not just sitting in his little dungeon waiting for people to come to him. He's like actively a member of the community.
Which I think is like one of the best things you can do, like be active outside of yourself.
100%. So is Meg's hand
No,
glitch or
I'm
has it
just
been up
waiting
for a
my
while?
turn. Because they're good points, and I appreciate you. Um, how far does being
Go ahead.
decentral do whatever the fuck you want? Two people, whatever. There are definitely fine lines here or there, but I gotta say, like, just for the choice, like, I guess it just depends on where you sit in the fence. But we've also seen with all the rugs, like, we all used to believe, or at least a lot of us, that when you minted an NFT, that art existed on chain forever, and all this stuff was that this is mine. I can hide it how I want to. Blah 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 blah. The truth is, this all exists on servers, and NFTs are really receipts of ownership. That there is a lot to unpack. The whole decentralized thing going on, the original Bitcoin statement, as we are getting institutional investors that are buying it and switching it to the gold standard, all of this stuff is not decentralized. And I would argue that there's very little except for like Murano and these like super, tornado cash experiences. Like the right to do whatever the F you want, all we're gonna like end of the day, without some grasp of society built in, regardless if you want to stay private or not of who the fuck you are, really shouldn't, in my opinion, allow people to do whatever the fuck they want to other. You know what I mean? I know there are thresholds to all this stuff. I myself am working and reinvesting, hoping to put some changes in place that are good for everybody, and hopefully they'll get adapted on a larger scale. But end of the day, like, sure, be anonymous, but that doesn't mean do do to others, ruin others' experiences. And, I don't know where that starts and stops. Like, just blocking somebody can still cause agitation on so many sides. It's time to grow up a little bit if we are going to welcome in the next. How many users do we want? 100,000? Do we want 1 million users? Can we have 1 million users? There's no way in hell this works the way it does right now for that. So I don't know what everybody's comfort is. It's like, what is our goal? Like, even when it comes down to how much land is available versus how many people can do anything, how many users are we looking for? Are we looking for the 90,000 users? And how do we want everybody to be? Like, right now, we're a small unit, probably smaller numbers wise than we've ever been, but we are the healthiest to start growing again. And that's the health of our success is going to, like, this next chapter is going to make or break us. I mean, I think they've got 2 years of runway actively. Maybe they have more with Mana and these other proposals, but time to figure out how to grow in a large scale very quickly, because 2 years ain't nothing, and it's not going to be handed over. Like, that ship has sailed. Like, the client is the truth at this point, and that truth needs to be repopulated. And we got to do a better job, and we can't just hide behind, well, we're decentralized, so we could do whatever the fuck we want. It will not sustain itself. No way in hell.
Yeah, I see the man who, what's it called? One Existence always brings it up. The man who sold the world, I think. That one seems to be maybe the most decentralized. And I've actually never explored it because One Existence has described it as like a very anarchistic platform, and they will come and harass you about and freely of things that they come. And I just don't want to be a part of a platform that's like that punk extreme. Like, I like some sense of order, and I don't want to spend time defending myself all the time, on a ruleless platform. And then also, with that said, just to share, like, cyber brokers, is an NFT collectible community that I'm a part of. That's an ETH on chain collectible that is on chain. It's not hosted on a outside server, and that's one NFT that it's built by Josie Bellini that I have absolute confidence is mine and will always be mine as long as I hold it, and I have no fears of it disappearing at any time because they do not have the control to remove it. I mean, they do, but they won't. They don't plan to. They say they don't. But it won't get rugged the way Artifact did for 8 hours when the IPFS servers uh, disabled the images.
I want my DGOT back the way I had it, jerks.
I could see, like, maybe after these 2 years, like, I don't know. I just think the odds are not in Decentraland's favor of becoming what we all hope it can become. I think we should really spend a lot more time enjoying the present, taking advantage of the present, and, like, creating and putting out things that can attract people, but not have the expectations of attracting people. I see the potential of maybe having a new version of Decentraland coming in the future that you can burn and use your existing tokens to become a part of that, maybe, or something. I don't know, but, like, the way I see, like, Hyperfi building, that to me is the way it's going. I know Tim Sweeney from Epic Games is in Ash Connell's DMs. Like, the normies are taking notice of what is being built and what's being implemented. And that's not to say that Decentraland can't do the same thing. I think the current setup of a downloadable client is not the easiest onboarding method to onboard new users, but I'm very much enjoying Decentraland as it is now. I don't see it being easily accessible in the future unless there are changes made in the future, and that can happen. And when that does happen, I'll be a part of it. Um, if it does happen. But I don't know. I just try to spend more time. I just remember in 2001 the way that we enjoyed Decentraland before a lot of people were coming in for money motivations. Before that, we just enjoyed what was happening in the moment, and it was really awesome and it was really exciting. And that platform, the way it was, is nothing compared to the platform that we have now.
But we were also punch drunk after a 2021 NFT bubble.
And,
Maybe,
and
maybe I
COVID.
don't know though. I don't know. It's weird. It was weird. It was a
Money
weird
makes
time.
do funny things. I mean, would we be like talking about all of this if like mana was mooning at $3? I think we'd be like, yeah, cool. I don't mind a little centralization. My mana's doing good. Like I think the external factors definitely, change the mood. There changes the weather. So I think just we've been hanging on to a platform that has like forced many changes with minimal, I would say like minimal asking, like client 2.0. We didn't really get a lot of say, or we didn't really get any say. Like it that may end up just being the death knell to the whole thing, where just enough scenes were deprecated and people didn't want to come back and people left. I don't know. I really don't know how it's gonna, play itself out. But like, what do you like to do for fun? Like, what is fun here? Like, that's just I.
I like to twerk for my friends live on camera.
There you go. Like, we need to play more. We need to have
Yeah.
more places here that you're just having fun. Because, like, what you said about 2021, I think we were just having fun. I think we were just enjoying it at face value. The graphics weren't what we, like, they weren't cutting edge, like hyper realistic, but that didn't matter. And I think, I don't know, like, I've just been playing a lot of different games with my gaming duo, and it's so funny because it's like, man, Minecraft, you guys, like, you guys should, I know you guys probably grew up on it, but go back to Minecraft. Like, spend a day in there just crafting to your heart's desire, and it's like a reminder of like, man, it's fun when you can just build without like, oh, I'm gonna build the next big venue, or I'm gonna do this, or I'm gonna do that. Like, just, I don't know, I think we need to get back
Yeah. Just
to
build and share it. That's
this.
like, to me, it's like just build and put it out there and with no expectations. It's, I don't know. It like
I
Jared
forgot to
Jared and
check when I
I
was deploying my butt plugs.
Jared and
But you
I
can deploy. You can still use Creator Hub while banned. I don't know if I can actually test my scenes while banned.
Jared and I built on over by Lobster Land. We bought land there, and then the road disappeared next to our property, which was a bummer, and it is what it is. I wouldn't have bought that if I knew that that road was going to be deleted. And I realized it after I bought it. And then it was deleted. And I was like, oh, that sucks. And it is what it is. I can bitch and moan and complain about it all I want, but that's my fault. I did that. I bought that. Um, I forget what my point is.
We were talking about playing.
Like I've said this many times. I remember when I bought Casa Rustan for way too much money back then, and then it 10x'd when the meta announcement happened, and I had the ability to sell it. But I just knew that there was so much more value in keeping it and building on it and creating things for people to enjoy. And I did that, and I, without a doubt, made the money back that I spent on it. I've made money, more money than I would have made if I had sold it in that moment. I've learned so much from Decentraland that I've been able to implement into other platforms and utilize for the future of what's coming that we don't even know yet. It bums me out to see people leave Decentraland and hate on Decentraland when it's like it's taught you so much, like it's just, at the very least, Decentraland is a stepping stone to what is next, and we'll be there and we'll be able to use it better than most people can, you know. So I don't know. I just still stand by, like, enjoy the present. Don't worry too much about the future yet. Don't worry about the past so much. Enjoy the present. because cool things are happening. Yesterday, I was on my Decentraland looking at the roads that are still broken on the Decentraland sign, and I saw this new structure that I'd never seen before, and I ran over there, and it was an SDK7 built by somebody I don't know. There was another parcel next to it that was an SDK7 build by another person I don't know. And like there's things popping up by new users that we don't know throughout Genesis City, and that's really cool, you know. And so things are happening, and I'm seeing new users join every day. Maybe not at the rate that it was in 2021, but it's happening. So enjoy it.
Make Yeah, Rustan, I definitely have to agree with you on that. With that there are people building like every single week, like around where Make or the Meta Beast roaming party is, like it's along a road, and every single week I swear there's like more and more development like throughout that road. So, and even like changes, like one week there's this, and then the next week there's something else. So there's like definitely, I feel like there's a group of people out there that are building on Decentraland that we have not met yet.
And Toxic, you've got your hand up.
Hi, yes. I wanted to. Sorry, I raised my hand when I was talking about what to do in the Decentraland, and just want to say that we have something new at the garden, and everyone is very welcome to use it because now you can watch YouTube with your friends there, and it's very nice because you can just send a link of the video and it's playing for everyone. And if someone doesn't want to see a video, everyone needs to, can vote to skip it. And we had much fun the last few days in the garden with everyone testing it. And yeah, so for everyone who wants to check it out, feel very free.
I
That
have
sounds
to
awesome.
I have to add to that. Like I feel like I don't say it enough. I've said it in the past, like what Toxic and MGD have been doing this past year, maybe more, right? It's in the spirit of 2021 when we would build things for fun. And like, I spent like over 24 hours trying to solve the Easter egg hunt riddle on MGD's land to the point where I was really frustrated that I didn't solve it. But man, I was there doing it. I was like enjoying it and trying to figure it out, and it was driving me nuts, and it did. And I was there for the YouTube thing the other day, and really had a good time just like sharing videos that I like and watching videos that other people like in a way that you can't easily do in real life, like. And I know that, like, I don't believe you guys have ever asked for a grant for anything, but I mean, like, it's just the spirit in the way that MGD and Toxic have been building and creating and sharing things in Decentraland is that to me is the best spirit on how to build in Decentraland and receive recognition and rewards when you drop wearables and profit in ways outside of being given a grant. Like that to me is how to do it the best way possible. That doesn't mean that's the right way. That's just my opinion. I think it's really good. And I don't think I've ever had the thought that like they had some weird motivation to make $1 million using this platform by doing these things. I think they just genuinely have been giving in this way, and I love it. And I just really hope Toxic Waifu and Mean Green Doge know that I really highly appreciate everything they've ever done in Decentraland and continue to do.
Scream it to the
I
heavens, because it's true.
sorry, I don't know what to say, Rustan, but much love and thank you very much for this.
I mean, do you know what to say in German?
In German, I would say, das hat mir super viel bedeutet und das hilft mir weiterzumachen. Like, this meant much to me and this helps to keep us driving what we're doing. And, it's awesome to build in the Decentraland. I know we have much problems and I'm happy that we have places like this where we can talk about it. But in the end, I believe in this platform and mostly because I believe in us users. Because I see many from my friends, I would really call them friends by now, in the Decentraland that are doing the same. Everybody's doing what they can with the skill set that they have, and everyone is trying to become better, not for themselves, but for us all as a community. And building in such a place is something so, it's a privilege. And I just want to say, even if sometimes things get heated, like today, that in the end, I'm very, very grateful for everyone that is here in this place and makes it to Decentraland, you know? So, sorry for the spam.
We should the 3-year CBD wearable should say we are Decentraland. Ba ba da ba 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 ba. Sorry, I don't know about the ba ba da ba ba part, but
We are Decentraland. I will survive.
I mean, one of the cool things, like first again, I like the innovation that MGD and Toxic do. Like I could just list off my hands, you know, like Toxic picked me up with her VR hand in the past, first time that ever happened in Decentraland. Yesterday, last night, while Make, who's becoming just like the most phenomenal DJ in Decentraland, is DJing while Spongetron, an AI agent, is roaming, walking up towards us, responding to us individually. Like you can do these things more easily on other platforms, but MGD and Toxic are bringing this to Decentraland for us because they enjoy it, they care about it. It's really awesome, you know. Meanwhile, on my property, which as I prepare tonight, like I set up the first admin tool once they released it, tested it out, gave access to Make and Sin to explore it for their own uses. And as a result of a recent update, I can no longer access the admin tools myself because of this weird wallet thing. But at least tonight, Sin and or Make will be able to control my screen for me while I'm painting. You know, like it's like with all the flaws in Decentraland, we can make things work still. It's really cool, important, and like I'm proud of it.
I just have the feeling I need to add something, because for all the flowers that MGD and I got, and I think I can speak for MGD here too. Of course, we believe in the Decentraland, and we are here because we are believing in it. I personally see the potential that the Decentraland has, and in the future, I would love to make money with what we are doing. So, but right now, this is just not the time to. It's so sad as it sounds. Right now is not the time to think about making money. We need to bring the Decentraland to a place where not only like MGD and I, but every one of us has a chance to live from what they're doing in the Decentraland. I think this is what the Decentraland makes different to any game, because you know it's the metaverse. It's supposed to be more than a game. It's supposed to be something else than real life. And I think monetization and getting money for what you're doing is a big part of that. But right now, what we need to do is we need to have a stable platform. We need to overcome this time that we are in right now. I would say it's yeah, it's kind of struggling phase of the whole project, and everyone that is right now here and keeps building through this hard times. If I have one wish, I would wish that we all make it. I know this was said many times and maybe not so much in the past, but I would wish that we all gonna make it. And yeah, so
I love that, Toxic.
I love that in spirit so much. I won't be grudgingly dick about it. My current negativity.
All right. Awkward silence. I'm tapping. Few things. One, let's just also take our dubs. I know not all of you are beasts. There are a bunch of you who are. And when Rustan and the squad to go through that whole process, and we fought through it, and we asked them to go out of their comfort zone, and we spent ridiculous amount of hours. I don't even know how long. Like I can just imagine a few weekends with Rustan where we troubleshot and he went and bothered every single person. And even then, you know, when Raph came in the first time to 7, we didn't have the eyelids and he was really upset. And that held us back. Well, now the beasts are out there promoting us in their Discord every week. They're giving us beast points instead of me putting them out for people to use them. And even today, now we're even going to be in as a community led project in their communities or whatever you want to call it. We're getting that notification too. Like everywhere you're out there being really genuine and putting in the work around you, it does have an answer. Things are changing and people are recognizing the things that people are doing. So let's just keep digging and dig our way out of it. Let's build the future we actually fucking want instead of the one that we all dreamed about. Because, you know, live your life by fact, not theory or fantasy. There's a lot of work to do. I'm really excited. Um, I'm not just building with KJ, and I can say that proudly because we're to the point where at least monies have been spent. But we're trying to find new ways to welcome in larger groups of people. It's going to take more than that. It's going to take us getting out of our box of 30 of 100 and we've got to be the ones to bring in the next 100, the next 1,000. I mean, it's just the truth and it's happening now. Now is our chance. You know, now is our chance to make a difference.
But there's almost no one making anything.
One of the cool things I saw recently in the last couple events in Decentraland was the Bay and Kim connected with the WIP meetup, which is it's like a virtual vlog podcast that you can join and participate in that's been around since like 2019, you know. And I was using it before Decentraland was using it. I was participating in those things. I've been a long time member of that, and they are very hyper aware of everything that's happening in Web3, innovative, new, whatever. Especially if you reach out to them and want to share your stuff, you know. And I was really happy to see that Bay and Kim caught wind of it and have been utilizing it to bring attention to the events like the prom and like Metaverse Fashion Week. They did a tour through both of those events when the events were live, which was really cool. I thought that was a great way to bring old OG Web3 users that maybe have written Decentraland off already, to see that, oh no, there's things changing. Like I remember in 2021 when I was making the decision whether or not to buy into Decentraland, the biggest competitor was CryptoVoxels, which has a long history of serious devs before Decentraland devs, you know. And I didn't like CryptoVoxels. I was like, this is whack as hell when I first saw it. And literally like a year later, I just out of curiosity jumped in there again and was like, whoa, you can fly here. Everything's better. It's improved. And now as a result, it's kind of defunct. There's been some issues with like whoever's in charge. I don't know the whole story. I hear a little bit about it. The people on the work in progress meetups, they're big time crypto voxels lovers. I know Josie Bellini, who represents the cyber brokers that I mentioned earlier. She was big and she met a lot of very important people in the Web3 world via crypto voxels and stuff. And she still connects with a lot of those OG people. Like it's a community. It's almost like an example of what could happen to Decentraland in the future. And I think Kim and Bay connecting with that and being able to share to those people where Decentraland is now is so valuable, and that's a thing that we can all do in our own ways. Like that, there's no reason that like MGD and Toxic couldn't share what they're building in Decentraland through this work in progress meetup, because especially like the trend of AI agents and things like that is so prevalent right now, even in real life outside of Web3. Like these are things that we can share, and we just have to look for those kind of communities that we can share it with.
I think telling our story better is absolutely a deficit, because like when I was at GDC and then ETH Denver, the two things that I heard most were like, oh, you guys are still alive. And then the other thing was like, oh, you guys are the OGs. Like I started there. That's where I got my start. And then I went to, you know, blah, blah, blah. Like there was either like deep respect or deep like, like what are you guys doing here? Like I thought you flatlined 2 years ago. So just changing that narrative that like, no, we're still here. Like Kim
Definitely.
didn't like the idea of putting it on a t-shirt, like we're not dead. I think I don't think she wanted us to do that one. But like changing the narrative, we're not just not dead. Like you know, there's new stuff. I mean, there is new stuff. There is like, yeah, really, after talking to SpongeBob, even though he like just ripped me apart for my castle and whatever, like that's like, in my opinion, I could be wrong, but like that's pretty cutting edge to be able to talk to an AI agent like that, like in world, that they have legs, that they're animate, that they can walk around, and like literally, if you got some emotes like we talked about, had reactions, I mean, you could really quick, I think you could make it like even more immersive. So looking for things like that that are different. I think that for me, like I've got ideas. I've got ideas that I've wanted to do, like literally bought a gramophone like 6 years ago and was gonna put the music in Decentraland. So I've got projects that I have not done in 6 years. So I'm horrible, horrible, horrible about getting shit done. But I'm trying. I'm trying to get better. Like I bought a planner this week. I think for me, I'm at the point I have the skills to build it. I have the land. I have everything. Like, so I'm honestly struggling with myself. Like, why can't you do this? Like, why can't you make shit happen? And so for me, I think it would be like executive function I'm struggling in, like organization, executive function. Like, so I got a planner when I was broke down for 6 hours in my car in the Office Depot parking lot during prom. I went and I bought a planner and I started like writing scheduled stuff so that maybe I can like keep on track. But I think that's the other part of like, Jared, you kind of quickly said like people aren't building stuff like that. It is so hard to build, and then it's like that piece right there, that like planning and implementation and getting the event scheduled and like actually just doing it. I think that is the biggest lack that like party planners or event planners. So I don't know if you guys have any tips. Like I'm really struggling with that. I'm like beating myself up on it. I've got these projects. You know, it's one thing to be like, yeah, I have an idea and I haven't done it in 6 months, but I'm going on 6 years of like, I haven't done these things that I really want to do. And I don't know. I get
Well,
distracted by
it's not true that people are not building. A lot of people are
No,
building, especially
not
Jared is
not
building.
like things of
Been
substance. No, I'm
building
not. I'm not. That's actually not happening. I'm done with that. I'm not just fuck off to the any.
as
I'm
of
not building.
as of
I'm
3
making
days
no
ago,
meaningful
yeah,
contribution to this dumpster fire.
but people are building. The problem is like people, users,
Not really though. I
consumers.
was the only one trying to make an actual game. Like there's no one else out here is trying to make a game in Decentraland right now. There's there's
I mean,
less to do now in
Lasting has
SDK
been
7.
building so many
He,
games and trying to teach
he,
people how to build
he's
games.
he's not built. He built like a game. He stole Hyper-Fi's
No,
Hyperball and reskinned it in the Angzar.
I
But he
saw
hasn't, and his quest
bowling.
system
I
is
saw
pretty
laser
flawed.
tag. I saw the
Okay, well
ball
maybe I
game.
just nicknamed Blast from Nobody because I don't know. But
I saw you
okay,
build
so one
several
person. There's one
parkours in
dude.
less than 3 weeks. I've seen old guy build so many things in the last month. I've seen Kanessa build some of the
Not
most amazing
games, not
builds.
games.
Oh, are we
I
talking about
mean, I
just
mean,
games
and
specifically?
I meant like interactive, because like don't get me wrong, New Orleans is dope. Canessa said New Orleans is only going to exist during Mardi Gras annually, so like that's not evergreen content anyone can go use. And old guys content, he's done some cool events, but like there's no one's making like repeatable, usable stuff. Like it's just like these one and done pop up shops, and like that's not going to make a platform, that can stand the test of time or even stand the test of 2 years. Like, like a delivery pizza game would have been cool. I still think that would be cool. Someone else should make it. It's not going to be made.
What I think we need to do is have like a freaking calendar and people pick their dates. I got Mardi Gras. If somebody else wants to do Mardi Gras, we can celebrate it multiple times. But like, I literally have a calendar. I'm like, all right, I know for a fact I have a build in February, March every year that I'm gonna host a Mardi Gras party. I don't know what other things there are out there like that, like Halloween, or I don't even freaking know. I mean, you could celebrate Donut Day. There's like a National Donut Day, or there's April 12th is National Hamster Day. Like, pick a day, pick an event, make a build, throw a venue, and then that's yours. Once a year, everybody knows that like Ruston is gonna like celebrate National Nudity Day or something. And then save that build, put it away, tuck it away. If look at how many people there are in this room. If we all did that once a year, like let's say each person, there's two of those a month, we would have like every 2 weeks we would have a new fresh party going on. Or doesn't have to be a party, because I hate that that's all we do is like just sit there and party. Like, we need to do more than that. But like, if you made a game where on National Donut Day you have to do the donut parkour, and then you could change it out to National Octopus Day. Honestly, I'm just looking at my desk coming up with this stuff, so yes, I do have like donuts, octopus, and hamsters on my desk. But like, does that make sense, you guys? Like, we don't have to recreate the wheel and like do some crazy god awful commitment to time and resources. Just pick like one thing, and if we all did one thing, we'd have a lot of content.
Yeah, if ifs and buts were candies and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas. But the reality is, no one is, and at least one less person is interested in doing it than was last week. And I feel like that's been a pretty repetitive and consistent trend in Decentraland. And I'm not quite sure what the foundation, their moderation, and their moderation staff are doing to like and support staff in general are doing to correct that.
If you look at the calendar, I have a question. Like, what did August do to offend the foundation? Because
My birthday.
you look at our
I
little
was born.
calendar, and it's got February, March, April, May, June, July, September, October, November, December. I'm like, you poor little month of August. It's just gone from the planning. But I think we should also look at that and like, it's not too early to start planning Halloween, guys. It is not too early to start thinking about Christmas. I mean, like, Hobby Lobby's gonna have their Christmas stuff out in a month. So why not start building your Christmas build today?
I'm already working on Halloween.
I know you are. I know you are, and I I can't wait to see it.
Hope I pull it off, but
Yeah.
I spent 2 days already that are kind of thrown out the window, but I learned a lot from it, and we'll be able to build something cool right next to my giant butt plug near Lobsterland.
I have to
Well,
say
it'll stay.
the butt plug near the Death Star is a pretty like fashionable butt plug.
LaRusso, I mean, I would delegate you. Double your size, bro. I'll delegate you my stupid land that I'm just gonna burn to the ground.
I'll buy it from you at cost.
Yeah, I don't. What I paid, maybe.
I mean, because like now, I mean, ETH is up, so like basically you are making a profit.
I wonder if ETH is up from when I bought the 3x3 from Decentral Games, because when I paid, it was like around 0.07 per parcel times 9. It was like 0.63 ETH total, which was like $1,700, I think. So I suspect ETH is actually probably, I'll have to go look at the timestamps on the transactions, but I suspect ETH is not higher now than it was when I bought my 3x3 from Decentral Games.
think I spent like 2K on my first 10 parcels.
You guys want to know what's really fun that I want to find a way to implement here in Decentraland? Have you guys ever griefed a base?
I don't know what that means.
Okay, Sin, I feel like you were like, if Brandon was here, he was probably griefing bases when he was 13. But like in Minecraft, if you're on a public server, you can go hunt for other people's bases and you can find them, grief them,
Okay.
and like steal everything in them. It is so fun. And because you can use you can use the computer tools to like show you what is rendering. So there's a pie graph and you're just following this percentage and you're like watching this percentage to a chest like increase. It's so much fun. And I don't grief, I give. And then I sign my name. I say, have a nice day. Fortnite is the best game. Bye. And then I sign my name. But like if we could find a way to do that where you're like, I don't know, hiding stuff around the map and then you have to hunt for it. And like, I don't know if you could do it with smart contracts and NFTs where you find if I find Sinful's base, I like get to grief all of his NFTs that he like puts maybe in a public locker or something. I don't know, or some other transaction. But like getting it is so much fun. Cause then when I come back to Decentraland, like I'm like, oh, this isn't
I'm pretty
fun.
sure you voted no on a proposal that would have made something like that possible.
I mean, I think you can do that with the IWB now, but I'm definitely waiting for the portable experiences because I have some fun ideas that I want to put out there.
Yeah, because you have to like hide it. Like people build sky bases to hide their stuff up in the sky, and then people, they burrow down. So if there was a way to utilize, I just don't even know. I don't know how we could do it exactly, but like I think we all need to go on field trip excursions to these other platforms and like find what is like the best, most addictive part of this game, and then bring that back here and make it like a scavenger hunt. Because I think if it was just I'm like searching for a totem or I'm searching for a card, I don't think that'd be nearly as fun. Is like, what if Sinful's in here crying every Saturday because his base keeps getting stolen of all of his stuff, and then like Rustan's the landlord that's like, yeah, haha, I'm like 3 million Mew mana or whatever. Like,
My favorite, the thing about games is like they have a shelf life, right? You get they only last so long before people get bored of them. My favorite thing from Sandbox Season 4 was like a Shining game that was made, and I was able to meet the creators too, which was cool. But like I only played it once, and that was it. I was over it after that. But like, I really do hope we see a time where brands come back in and see the value more for marketing and less for like instant profit. Because like if you have like a brand like Netflix bringing in and putting some classic nostalgic license experience in the world, like I'll be all over that, like we saw in the past.
and that's why I think we have to have the discipline to take our scenes off before they're tired. Like I freaking hated spending so much time on Mardi Gras and then putting up for evening and then it's gone. But it's like, no, I have to stick with it, because then if you had your, like if we couldn't access the cove, that would just make us
Yes,
want it even
yes,
more.
which we've already demonstrated with like the last party at the Cove, which was the Christmas one, right? And right now I go through there and I'm like, I need to take this down, build something to replace it, and bring it back every once in a while. Like I totally agree. You're totally right about that. It's a powerful way of doing it.
I bet it works in a world where there's always lots of interesting things to do. But if the very few interesting things to do don't exist when new users come because the creator wants to keep them fresh for the 25 people always here, I think that's a net negative for the platform. Like there's the vast majority of the world hasn't experienced any of the stuff we've done here. Taking it down so that it's fresh for the 20 of us who do, I think is a mistake.
Okay, totally fair. I think we have to differentiate between evergreen content and then like those, I don't know, like seasonal experiences. And yes, if only 20 people are like building and hosting events, then that's not enough. But like I'm saying, if more people, if there was more going on, then it wouldn't have that problem. But I, like, in my head I'm trying to find a way to describe a specific kind of build that I want to, that I'm like, that's what I'm planning on making. And I don't have a better way of describing it other than just like, it's an evergreen build. And I have my own criteria I'm trying to come up with, because then I want to try to like share that with other people and encourage like everybody to like build something maybe that meets this criterion. Like for me, oh, I wrote it down, but then that's my problem. I lose my book. But like, can it be used by myself, or do I need a group to experience it? Can I use it alone, like without an event, or does it require an event to experience it? Like parties, like venues, like make your party. You kind of need a DJ to be there to experience it. And so my idea is to create builds that you don't need an event. It is open 24/7. And it's probably only going to be something, like maybe that maybe you go in once and you experience it and it's thought provoking and you leave. Like an art gallery. You're not going to an art gallery every Saturday. Like the art doesn't change. But when you go to the art gallery, you're going to spend a few hours there appreciating the art, and you're going to walk away from it feeling like, okay, wow, I'm inspired by that Van Gogh I saw. Like, that's amazing. So I think we really need to like get into that mindset of like creating content that would be used for like an hour. Because here's like, if we set a goal to increase the content, not by physical structure, but by time. So like, let's all come up with content that would take an hour to experience, like an art gallery or a parkour or an escape room. And so all of a sudden, we're not adding like physical stuff necessarily, but we just added 20 hours of Decentraland user time, where you're going to need to be in world for 20 hours in order to experience these 20 builds. Or maybe your experience is only, half an hour. So that when you have a new user and they're like, what do we do? You can be like, well, there's this cool art gallery that shows NFT artists from Uganda, or there's this escape room that's really fun. Once you teleport in, you
I,
have
I
an
am
hour
shocked
to
there's no
love.
escape room.
What's that?
I am shocked that there is no escape room. I was actually also thinking about escape rooms within the last week or two. It's
Yeah.
crazy there isn't one.
I'm making one, but I got to the creator hub and I can't figure out how to make a door open. So I asked Dr. Curlo, and I'm waiting for him to get back to me, because like, yeah, if the thing is like, if one person does it, all of a sudden you've got an example for everybody else. And maybe I skin my escape room to be cyber futuristic, but Rustan is like, no, horror is mine. And like we each, like you could have 20 escape rooms, right? Like they could almost be in the same story, anything like that. But I think so, like in my mind, I'm not telling anybody to do anything, but like in my mind, I'm trying to shift how I view these experiences and create specific like durations of time, so that then you can, like, I've got, really not fun, I've got like not fun somber ideas that I want to bring to Decentraland, because like that ultimately is what we need, like a little bit more reality. um so it's not going to be something you want to go to if you're not in that right mindset. Like if you're ready to party and just cut loose, then go to go to something fun. But if you want like a deeper reflective human experience, maybe go to these others. So I think, like, I know I'm just rambling, but I'm so passionate about it and I'm so frustrated I can't get this stuff out of my little Amazon box sitting on the top of my desk to like in Decentraland. But someday I will. I just spent a bunch of money on some cool shit I want to bring you guys. But Rustan, you had your hand up, so stop me from rambling.
I feel like that would be a great foundation call for escape rooms with rewards, like they've been doing. I think that would be a good one, so we could get like 10 to 15 up at least, that just exist permanently, and maybe they could give permanent land for that or something. I don't know, But yeah, no, this is an interesting topic because it's something that I've kind of been like trying to wrap my head around since I bought the land for Riviera Rustan and moved what was Casa Rustan to that land and is now Riviera, which we'll be at tonight. And then I put, because people were asking for it, I put the old Casa Rustan back in its original location with the Tranquility Spa next to it. But that currently exists as like basically just a gallery with an old DJ set live at all times. But it works, and you see it on the best rated boards. Like I don't go out asking for votes and stuff. Like people come into Decentraland, they explore what's visible, and then they like or dislike something based on their tastes, right? So it's working because it's my art gallery. It has my art up on the walls. They go there. There's cool things. There's buttons you could press. There's the DJ. They can chill and hang out on their own by themselves or with friends if they know any. And it's still pretty active despite me holding any events. And also, like, one of the things on my mind are like that's where my POI is, and with all the talk about like having abandoned lands be replaced by something else. Like if I don't update that scene for 2 years and that gets removed, I could just deploy it, whatever. But like, does it deserve to lose a POI if I don't hold an event there ever again? Um, would it be cool if there was a historical POI that maybe it's worthy of, like there's a lot of things, but like my point is like that is existing as an SDK scene that's not currently being updated intensively, and people are going to it and liking it as a play as something you can do in Decentraland if you're new.
I have another idea for making it easier to build, and like it's kind of like, there's a lot of people here. There's a lot of us that want to build. It's almost like a barn raising. I'll try to post it right here. Like this is Blender. So all right, I'm gonna add that. Um and in Blender, this is about the size of this is like one piece parcel. And then this is how much room you would need. Okay, shared at the top. So now you actually have something to look at. So this is is it one piece? Now it looks like two pieces, guys. I think I'm lying. I think this is a 2-piece parcel, 2x1. And each one of those sections is tall enough. You can see at the bottom left-hand side of that, there's a square, and that is like the size of an avatar. So let's say that we use that template. Each floor, what if each person, I just picked everybody with the shortest names. Mew, you make a floor. Rue, you make a floor. Make, Job, old guy, M, Tox. Everybody makes a floor, and then you have to have the entrance and exit in the same exact spot, or maybe that wouldn't work. But like staircases or something, like where I guess you could have like a few pre-designed templates. If everybody did that and made it to a specific like triangle limitation, like don't just go nuts, but like have one floor of an escape room, or it could even be a venue, one floor of a venue, and then have these accessible for download, maybe some place like CBD on a certain thread, so that people could go in and I could go and download Mew's room and Odd Job's room and Tox's room. And then I could set it up in a way that worked for me. And then somebody else comes along and they're like, yeah, I want to use Odd Jobs and Makes. And it would be a way for us to like basically take different contributions from the community and then put them together in one build. But if we all used kind of a cookie cutter template, then we could just plop them in there and they would work, kind of like the Vipe houses. I think that's what maybe inspired my thinking. Like all those Vipe houses were the same, so you could just take them and like plop them. You could make skyscrapers, and it was super cool because like I don't know, like the door was in the same spot for each one of those. So if we made experiences either like a club venue or an escape room, and kind of use this concept, if everybody just made one, then new users, or even just like I would love to do that, go take somebody, go take my friend's stuff and make it like a conglomeration of my friends, and put that. You could have a club in no time. New users, they would need zero skills. All they would need to know is how to like download this, upload it to the Creative Hub, deploy to land. I don't know.
You
Am I
know, the only
crazy?
bummer about that is like, man, I would love to see like a Jared floor, and unfortunately, he's just not building in Decentraland anymore.
Yeah. So if he built a floor, I would love to see a sinful floor. But well, and maybe it would be like very simplistic. Like you don't have to be a great builder to make something cool. Like maybe his floor, like if this was a venue and we have the sinful floor or the Jared floor, like Rustan, your floor is at the bottom. It's amazing. It's like got, whatever crazy cool stuff. And then we walk through the mundane sinful floor and then we get to the rooftop. But like maybe we have sinful's art there, which is still valuable. Like it doesn't have to be crazy over the top.
It would be purple.
Yeah, it'd be purple with Mew floating. And for a new user to like, when you walk from a build, when you go into a build in Decentraland and you go from the floor to everybody puts their party on the
Oh my
rooftop,
god.
like
Oh
you
my
walk
god.
through these places, and like that
But
would be so cool to walk through your purple floor.
that's with your example, you know what I just like literally like envisioned? Like you're like talking about like, okay, they walk through Rustan's floor and it's like freaking awesome. And then you go through Mew's floor. It's like my floor would be like the palette cleanser before the next
Yeah,
experience.
yeah. Hey, palette cleansers have utility.
It's
But
needed
no.
for the special Jared butt plug floor.
Oh God, please no.
The in honor of that I'm gonna build for Jared.
Maybe.
I'll name one after each foundation
We're
employer.
so back.
Butt plug
So
Wonderland.
so one thing I'm just gonna say, cut grass, eat ass. That's what I got because I just cut the front. Wow, you guys were talking about escape rooms, and Kadesi, you don't know how close you are to what's possible. I can't wait to show you guys what we've been cooking in the background because I think it lays out a lot of the things we talk about and at least what I believe in and what's possible. So I think we're closer than we think to a lot of things. I do want to jump in, and I know I say it every couple weeks, but this week was particularly bad. We really got to find a way to change the way the front end works, not necessarily with the how it works. I wish it didn't, but the reality is the number thing without letting people know they have to open their wallets first. There are 6 people who gave up on me last week alone. And I took a call with a couple of them, but most people just couldn't get in. They kept saying, I keep pairing the number and it keeps failing. It's got to say, hey, if you want to come in, first unlock your wallet. And that sounds really scary to write, but the reality is it's the truth, right? Like if you start the platform before you unlock your wallet, it will not pair. And then it just looks broken and it can get rather stuck in the transaction. I really think we need a front loading page that is a web like decentraland.org, but way more enticing. And then when you pair, and I hate to say it, but that's one of the things Nifty really does well from a front end user side. Like when they need to update the actual client that you play on, you could look at the rewards and you could look at the store and what you get and who you talk to. Instead of making it another barrier of tough to get in, it's time to find ways to really make it easy to get in. Yeah, and you could just remove that, Canessa, so because it's too good.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what you're cooking, and I'm glad you got some stuff going on. And I don't know, like I feel like I want to be everybody's cheerleader and be like, if you're wanting to make something, like do it, like lean into what you like, because I'm gonna lean into what I like,
Right.
and I don't think anybody's gonna like it. I wanna, yeah, like, but it's
But
what.
like, but it is insane to think that like, hey, first we have to spend like if you want to enough land to do something, you guys spend like $1,000 minimum, is thousands of dollars, and then on after that, Make has to now go pay KJ Walker. I don't know how much, but I will presume thousands of more dollars to like make so there's something to do on this platform besides play
You know
word-crossed.
what? It's quite the reverse. If it was just about making something, I would keep learning, and I am learning. I mean, honestly, like Astro Star, I spent weeks. We finally got the lights up. I constantly try and do that, but I really want to put my money where my mouth is right now, and I don't want to just throw parties. I want to be a part of the change, and that's why I paired up with who I think is the best builder in the bit, like thought
Totally.
conscientious of people. And so to me, instead of buying more land, I thought it would be a better bet. I mean, I'm gonna just let it all happen because until something is real, it is not, and you never know how something's gonna be. But I'm pretty sure with the people involved in this plan, it lays a foundation for what I think is possible in Decentraland and finds ways to welcome not just a single new user, but projects.
Right, and honestly, I respect and admire the fact that you're willing to do that, but like, you shouldn't have to do that. It's insane that
Nobody
you
forced
have to
it,
take on that financial burden for this
bruh.
platform to have a chance,
Yeah,
and like that
Can
expectation is laid
hold
on
on,
all of us.
at the
wait.
same time, like if you were building a website, you would have no problem hiring a web developer to create your website, like that. People would have
Well,
no
yeah,
problem
because
with that.
a
Listen, I've given
well-optimized
up.
website will get millions of views.
I got to learn how to DJ in front of everybody, right? But that's every Friday night for more than a year. That's Sin's Friday night. That's Pinch's Friday night. That's chasing down other people to be a part of it, figuring out how they feel comfortable. There are so many elements that I have invested even my family's time on Friday nights. You know, like we don't go to the movies on
Yeah.
Friday night. We don't go swimming, you know. We're in
I,
it for the cause. We
I,
are
I, I
here
feel
with our
like you're making
people.
my case for me that you have spent. Not only have you
No,
sacrificed
because
financially to
I
make this
see the
platform
potential.
appealing, you've
First and
sacrificed your
foremost,
family.
you guys are my people. Like I don't have a lot of people around where I live. I do have a Minotaur. Don't tell anybody. Um, But I had Roots come to my house the other day because of this platform and hang out with me literally all fucking night, dance with me on fucking Sting. I got Muse stickers. We took pictures, and I had another incredible moment with someone I care about on this platform that I met because of what we do. You
You know
can't
what,
measure
Make?
everything,
You know what,
and
Make? I got to do that too, and I gotta admit, meeting Roots IRL is like, yeah, like,
he's a real one, and you're a
mm-hmm.
real one, and this is lucky, and I've gotten to meet Sin, and I'm sure I at some point I will get to a IRL Roost on party. But if we do what we say we're gonna do, and we just do it, and we push what's possible and what we truly believe in our hearts with the right people, we can keep growing this. We have to find a way right now to welcome bigger groups of people to the party.
Can I put
And
something out
But
there?
we shouldn't be the one footing the bill. That's all my point is. It's like it's
welcome
wild.
to.
We just can't expect that of people. It's like that's the
Okay.
expectation laid upon the
I
users,
wish
and that's
I
a
didn't.
wild
I wish
expectation.
I could pay somebody to cut the grass. Unfortunately, I invested in KJ Walker, so I'm cutting the fucking grass. I'm
Can,
But Jared,
literally
also, like,
standing
if
here
you
talking
were,
to you guys. My neighbors are just like, "Why is he talking to his internet friends and not cutting his grass?" And the answer is because I freaking love you guys. And this has been, dude. At the end of the day, the Meta Beast parties bring me so much joy, and they are bringing other people joy, and it's only spreading. And it might be just a tiny little corner in this deep ass ocean, but fuck, dude. Like I said, it took a lot. Like Raph is very careful with what he does, and he gave us a chance, and he sees what's going on, and now they're not only like just giving us stuff to do stuff, but actively promoting what we're doing in DCL and literally like putting a staple on their platform, like, hey, this is a safe place to go and do stuff. We are catching wins one group at a time. And I truly believe the next thing we're working on is going to open the door to be a safer platform, to welcome more people, to let people have individuality and spread that to the next group. And that's what we're doing. And that's on me.
And I think, Jared, to your point, like if I'm a Fortnite streamer and I want to have a UGC island, I have to pay somebody to do that. If I want to be
Right, but
on
that
Roblox
platform
and
already has
if
success.
if
Like you already
I
had, look, you're building it for a consumer base. Like right now, you're doing the CPR on this dying corpse, like and paying for it out of your pocket. With as Rustan said himself earlier, he sounded like he was at the deathbed next to Decentraland. Being like, well, I think we should just enjoy it while it's here because it's dying. So like, it just seems crazy. Like with that kind of like pitch from like someone who's one of the more bullish Decentraland members, like how could anyone really in good conscience like recommend someone to spend money when like Rustan says he doesn't think this will probably be here in 2 years?
I don't think anybody's recommending to each other to spend money. Like we're all grown ass adults. If I want to spend more money on Decentraland, at the end of the day, that's Canessa. Like you probably never should follow me for financial advice because I'm gonna buy like cheap collectible toys, antique postcards, and Decentraland wearables. So like, yeah, like I know, but I don't think like the level of a project should determine who pays for the content inside. Like Roblox is huge, but you still have to pay if you want to make your own independent UGC inside Roblox. And guess like do you know how many people are creating those? How many are going viral? Like how many are big getting the money back? Like they're
Hold on, everybody say hi to my neighbor. Say hi.
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 How does
We're building the future out here. I did cut the front of the grass. Can I get confirmation?
He did.
Okay,
It was
sorry.
pretty rough.
Yeah, it's a little tall.
Sorry he isn't keeping up on it. We will keep we'll try to encourage him to keep
I've
up
always
better.
told him I offer to help him. Like,
It's bad out there when you're hanging out in the metaverse streets. Thanks. Bye. Proof in concept right there, folks. See, I might have onboarded to Decentraland right now.
There you
No
go.
grass cutting.
There. I don't know. It just seems to me like you can't like creators that do that, it's a risk. It's a risk to invest that money. I'm thinking about like Buffalo, he left Decentraland, spent a lot of time and money to develop in Roblox, and I'm not sure that he had a return on investment on that. And Roblox is hugely popular, but I think it's up to the individual to make that happen. And like I think some people just do it because like they have that idea, they want to make that idea happen. Less like, hopefully, I don't know, like it seems like it should be more about that than I'm going to make money on this. Because
I'm not saying we should be making money. I'm just saying that like the expectation that we as users who already had to invest in things that we can't even be sure we'll be able to access next week, that I think the expectation that we should also therefore have to be paying talented 3D designers and programmers to make,
But
worthwhile
that's
experiences.
all
I honestly
choice.
think
I think
okay,
I agree
I
with
don't.
you
I
with
feel like
what
you
you're
guys
saying,
generally would
Jared,
agree with me.
but
You're just getting defensive and taking it as personal
no,
attacks on your
quite the
choices.
reverse. I, in general, 100% agree with you that maybe all of that is erroneous and I could go back and forth with all these concepts. But when it comes to building the future I want to see, that's what I've always done. Like, I've been freelance since I was 18 years old. I create stuff. Like, right now, it's not me, the photographer. It's DJ, world builder, concept developer. And this is another concept I want to see out. So when I try and always think bigger and pull in the people around me who could do better things. I mean, at the end of the day, the beast will never be in DCL without a Rustan. And I couldn't have done that.
So,
But when we needed it to happen, we begged Rustan. And I still think we should give him half the land. But that's the point. It's like concepts, money, dude. I'll give you even the better story. 2001, I was bawling. Like, I thought I was gonna be the most famous person ever. You have no idea how exorbitant my ego was. If you think it's big now, sheesh, couldn't have put that in a box. And I spent $32,000 doing a photo, video, real life like puppet show. Like I had people rigged up and we worked for 20 hours, overtime everywhere. More is more, the land of milk and honey. Ultimately, the project was pretty garbage. And I wasted 30,000 bucks. My wife is still pissed at me about that 30 bucks because it didn't come back. It did not generate anything, but it allowed me to flush out one of the craziest concepts I ever did. You just got to push. If you want to create something, we can't just bitch about it. We got to do it. And sometimes that means hiring people. Sometimes it means building land. Sometimes it makes
I
fucking puppet show.
Yeah, I mean, I will say all the information is out there for someone to learn to build. Like, it's like you can turn it over to me. Well, simple. How come you haven't learned to build? Well, I haven't found myself desperately needing to build. I guess in a way I would rather have my time and put the money forward for it than than to sit down for it. But I have seen Rustan's hand is up, so I'm gonna pass it over to him.
Yeah, first of all, Jared, I never said Decentraland is going to die. I just said we need to lower our expectations and focus more on the present. But what I wanted to say, the topic kind of shifted a little bit, was I just wanted to put it out there, especially since Make now has this financial connection with KJ. Uh, I think KJ's most recent build, her team's most recent build of the Art Deco scene is like one of the most beautiful builds in Decentraland, and we haven't done anything there yet. And I would love to see Make just ask KJ if you can use it for a MetaBeast party. I think it would be the coolest thing ever. And I would love to see like an Art Deco fashion event there someday. Like obviously KJ knows how to build. Maybe she's not an event type person, so we need to step up and
I think
ask
we
KJ
did do
if
a,
she can.
Rustan, I think we did do an event there.
Did
Maybe
we?
unless it's a brand new, if it's the
Gucci
one.
Toe. Like there was a Gucci Toe event there.
No, the brand Gucci Toe is long gone before this came out. It's the brand new build that was part of the builder trail.
Oh,
I
because I
It's
thought,
think
like
we
yeah, but
did. But either way, I mean, again, like there are reasons people like builders are there, and it's like if we can take in the situation with KJ, I wanted the most thoughtful, open mind to a concept that I thought could not only execute it, but would do it with passion and love. So we didn't get caught up on the little stuff. We could start building templates that literally do the shit I pound the table for. Instead of pounding the table or begging, just find a way to get it done. It's gonna, I've gotten my opportunities. They were so, I got to DJ at East Denver and I got to be on that music trail. And I get another opportunity with the CBD. Like, this is real stuff that's happening because of what we do. So there are rewards. And either way, it's like, if it's all going to come down burning, you might as well leave a hell of a strike of gasoline on the way out.
I like it. Thank you, Meg. And I would like to introduce someone that hasn't come up in a while, but is always, popping into the space and showing love. Welcome, Alpha. Thank you so much for coming up to the stage. And yeah, how you been?
Been pretty good, man. Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
Nice, man.
sir.
Shout out to you guys, for consistently hosting those spaces. Always bringing value for, a few years now. Shout out to y'all. And what I really wanted to come up with and share is I really feel like kind of what Rustan was saying is like there's a lot of locations in Decentraland that just are being like overlooked and are undervalued. But I also think of that same perspective over the talent in Decentraland. There's a lot of people in this room alone who have been overlooked and they're underrated. Because if we were all to like, I don't know, like collaborate in more ways, more union, then that would kind of advance Decentraland itself. Like think about as the university itself. I don't know how many events have been held there, but if CBD was to run a 3-day event once a year or maybe twice a year, the amount of onboarding you guys could do just by having one class where Sinful is the teacher, he's the professor of that one class. He teaches people how to stream. You got Canessa in one class helping people how to 3D animate, helping people how to build. You got Roost on it as well in that class, helping people how to build, having his own. I feel like there's a lot of people with their own talents that could come in here and just teach people what they're experts at. And that could onboard people. Even if someone came to Decentraland and the only thing they learned is how to blend, or the only thing they learned is how to publish a scene, that's still a skill they could go take to another virtual world that they're going to remember Decentraland for. And I feel like Decentraland hasn't taken advantage. I remember the idea like a year ago or something, but I feel like if Decentraland was to graduate from cryptocurrency, like within crypto, like Web3, if you got like a little certificate from Decentraland through your experience of projects that you published or collaborations that you worked on, wearables that you published, through like, the work that you was doing to get your little quote unquote degree in Decentraland, I think that would make it a more like promising journey and more like attractive to even come in here. Not a lot of people are going to join our core community that you see here, but I think a lot of people would go down that path of just to learn something. That's really all I
That
really want to share.
that Alpha, that was like when Oddjob and I created the grant for like education, the decentral ed. That was 100% like where we started. It was going to be more of like a course that you would go through, that you would learn like, how to make wearables from like zero to like, maybe not super advanced level, but as all things do, it kind of evolved away from that. But I think that would be an amazing course where like there's still a lot that all of us could learn about crypto, Web3, blockchain. Like that would be awesome to have anything like that. Decentral University, yeah, that I had to fight so hard not to make a snarky joke about that this week, and I'm so proud of myself because I didn't make it.
You did good job. You did good job. I am proud of you. uh, I mean, yeah, there's definitely like so many avenues that we can take, and I mean, I I don't want to seem like over optimistic, but it's like in recently, like in the present right now that we are in, like there have been many efforts of like foundation speaking with the community and trying to see what they're up to. Like I mean the addition of Dr. Krillo to the foundation team seems to be uh actually like something that I believe that is very helpful. Like yeah. I think a lot of ideas could be implemented and even proposed to and like yeah, there's a better chance. I feel like there's a better channel of communication here, and he may even have some like sort of like there may be less of a chain for him to answer to. At least in recent conversations, I felt that. Go ahead, Alpha.
No, I do agree with you because a year and a half ago, our communication, like that bridge was not there. But you guys worked hard.
There's none.
So there is the bridge now of communication where people they actually listen, or at least they're willing to listen. But I think we should go further and maybe even pitch that idea to them, like have them teach us. Because I know you're saying like you're more of an investor personality. Me too. I'm not really gonna try and stand out like sit for hours watching videos and just trying to learn how to build an essential land. I'd rather rent out my land, to be honest. I'd rather buy a lot of land and rent it out to like curious creators. But at the same time, if the essential land was to like have the metaverse pride events that they like the metaverse events that they be having, if they was to dedicate a little build-a-thon with us, little hackathon with us, and just teach us one A to Z how to like do things in Essential Land, whether it's wearables, blah 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 blah. You kind of like go to that part of that scene and you can learn
Is no
about
one
it.
going to mention the fact that they have started doing the
Yeah,
like monthly or bi-weekly educational things
yeah.
and are moving to the mid-world?
I
Or
was gonna shout out Dr. Drip.
Yeah.
Just taught the recent one, which was really
But why
good.
haven't they done an event though, where they could like the same way they pull everyone to those events? They would like doing the monthly town halls. Like I can barely make those, so I feel like even this monthly event that's happening, either I'm just not seeing it. I didn't even know that was a thing. till
Yeah, so
now. So thanks,
Yeah,
guys.
I'm not sure if it's in World because, but I usually join them when I'm at work. But yeah, go ahead, Canessa. They've been hosting the on
yeah,
Discord.
well, there's a couple things they're doing. They're doing the Dr. Krillo has office hours now. I know for me, it's 5 o'clock in the morning on Tuesday. I did wake up and make it there at 5, and then I realized I ain't getting nothing in my head. I like that,
On,
and then so, and then
on Thursday, it's at 5 p.m.
Thursday, that's 2 o'clock. Yeah,
Eastern.
2 o'clock for me. So I will make the Thursday one. They do it like that so that it's not the same time zone, so that people in our friends Kenji in Japan can make the earlier one much easier than the later one. So every week, 2 times a week, Dr. Krillo, you can send him questions in advance, and if people don't have questions, he's got something specific he's going to cover. But then they also are doing the creator series, where I know Rustan, you taught two so far, and then Dr. Drip taught one this week. And in that, like, I think all of us were like, dang, like, this is, I don't know. For me, I was like, this is what we need. Like, this
Bro,
is,
that's exciting. I
yeah,
don't even mean to cut you off, but that's super exciting. That shows that like on a smaller scale, it's happening already. Like soon you
yeah.
guys will have DCL University and like in motion, and you guys will be the ones building it, taking on all the newest people, helping them with everything that they'll need help with in Decentraland. That's actually really good.
In a way, it's like, it feels like it's all getting just ramped up as of very recently. So like, there is no history. So people that aren't around don't really see it too much. But yeah, like big changes have been happening within the foundation. They've been listening to us a little more. Even in the last creator session with Dr. Drip, me and Canessa started like just like typing in chat like, oh, Canessa said there should be like a build with all these builds, and then with all these videos, and then I like pitched like they should make a guide just like Mr. J Stickle has with all the videos, or like maybe even displaying all the creators that have taught classes. You click on the creator and it displays all their videos, the drop down of them all.
Yeah,
So
because if you wanted to go back and watch these, if you could do that in world at one like hub, that then would show up on event board. And if you're coming in and you're like, all right, where are the crowds? Oh, there's nobody really. There's nothing happening. Nobody's at Genesis Plaza, but there's one person at the, I don't know, we could call it like the creator pod. I'm gonna go hop in there, and you hop in, and maybe they're like, yeah, I'm trying to watch this video. I'm trying to learn how to bake, and you can be like, yeah, I can help you out with that, or like, I don't know, I feel like it's not just about having the content, it's how you organize that into manageable chunks. And obviously I'm a teacher, and so like teaching people how to learn, like that matters. And so having it, having those posted so you can go down and go back and rewatch it, pause it, because all of us, man, in that class, we are horrible students. Can you imagine if we took a college class together? That professor would be like, you guys get the fuck out of my classroom because you guys are distractible. You're talking about, you I had to pull myself back on task so much. So I know that like I'm gonna have to go back and re-watch the content, if it's like in video form. But I think also, Alpha, like one of the biggest changes is that Dr. Krillo, he's not just some other foundation member that's trying to help. Like, he literally was hired for this liaison position between foundation and the community. Like, he is here to bridge that gap. And I mean, we've had other people do their best in the past, but that wasn't their specialty. Like, I know, I mean, I reached out to Peanut Butter, like, hey, how do I do this? And, he tried to help, but like, he wasn't, like, he's not a coder, he wasn't a builder. I think having somebody in that position who has the credentials to actually help, it will go a long way. And Jared, on that note, like, when I did reach out to him about my escape room build, he was like, oh, well, we can do, we can set you up with like UI. And I was like, I don't want it to get, I don't want code. I need it to be through the Creator Hub, because I need to show that it can be done by the basic level user. So I don't know if I can, like, I did Chat GPT, like, help me build an escape room using the Decentraland Creator Hub. And they're like, all right, well, blah blah blah. It went through all the absolutely, I was like, dang, I'm cooking. And then when I went to go try to utilize it, it's like, that doesn't exist. Like, Chat GPT, thank you. But no, it didn't work. And so, yeah, anyway, just, I think I'm asking for like basic basement level understanding, because if one of us can prove that it can be done without coding skills, then it can be done for everybody, I think. So yeah, Alpha, Dr. Krillo, I think he's our he's our star quarterback we're putting in like, we really need him to like run that ball.
That's super exciting to hear. That's super exciting to hear. I hope that like maybe we speak to the foundation or put in a proposal that they just allow like us to do more events on the actual like university parcels, because then that would be like that'd be even more cool. Like,
That's not ours.
oh,
That's
that's not
district.
like DAO owned?
That's district owned. No, I think we'd have to talk to, what is it, James or Carl Fravel? I think
Damn, I thought that
Carl.
was DAO owned. I mean, I guess we all have our enough parcels in this room alone. We could create our own university.
Yeah, to be
Kaze
honest,
said that the next one will be in world.
we don't need we honestly don't need districts that have been here for university district. That was one of the inspirational builds in 2019 when I started building, because they were the most advanced. Like, they were showing, Carl was showing YouTube tutorials how to do it, and really like, it's a cool build. And Oddjob and I very specifically kind of like broke it down that like, you have people who build the school, but then you have people who put the books inside the school. And we have a beautiful school, we have a beautiful university, but we need the people to put the books inside it. And that's the hard part. And there was a grant for DCL University that was supposed to set up all the infrastructure to have like classrooms that would be moderated so that nobody could hear what is being taught. They couldn't hear the content. I would love to see that utilized. I don't think it is. And I, I don't think they need to, because they fulfilled the requirements of the grant. But at this point, I'm not going to ask anybody for help. If it's going to happen, we're just going to do it. We've got enough land and
Yeah,
talent.
yeah. I feel like with that grant, it was like falsely labeled to like make us think that the books were coming, but instead it was like, no, just just the bookshelves are coming in for $120,000 or whatever.
Yeah, and they fulfilled the requirements of the grant. But we, as if we were still voting on those, I would be like, man, we need to make sure we don't just cut the funding to build the school. We need to pay for the teachers to go into it, and that's what Oddjob and I wanted to do, but it just didn't work out back then. So yeah, we you're right though. We got a lot of talent in this room. Make
Welcome back, Mick.
Sorry, I didn't want to pull the usual. I'm rugging and I'm either touching grass or cutting it, so I keep dropping down. So I apologize. I just also wanted to point out, like, I know it was a little slow to get started for some of us, but the new creator tools really open the door for everybody to take huge leaps and bounds forward. It's so much easier moving forward to collaborate. When we first did the MetaBeast parties, especially like in the beginning, it was really tough to coordinate with everybody, depending on what server was going on, when you could test those servers. If it wasn't yours, say Mew had work, and we used that as a base, we couldn't get confirmation. Man, now you could change servers on the fly. You can now do your own thing from Decentraland with that RTMP link. That freedom is going to let everybody build more. Like, for what everybody thought you could do in Decentraland, it's actually answered a ton of issues. Just like Rustan said, tonight, if anything's going on, Sync can jump in and change the server or make an adjustment to try and fix the situation. I can't even begin to tell you as a event planner. I mean, just think even to, what was it, a month or two ago? Was it 2 months? Three? I mean, time. Canessa, when we were trying to route everybody in for the Katina event or the one for Mardi Gras, it was like, okay, you disconnect. We're not sure if it's running. If something goes wrong, we can't do anything about it. We have been given so much power with those tools, and those tools are at the beginning. So anybody who's and even Seed, I'll point out with Madamus, I can't tell you how grateful I was to have him come in, rock, build his own thing, and even now that sort of thing is possible. Um, so I would just highly encourage anybody who does have a parcel, put the tools in so they could keep growing. We could push leaps and bounds. As Bruce, like I only used the one square light, some confetti, and the admin tool yesterday. Sin was able to write people to say, hey, go do this. We were able to change what was going on screen, not once, but 3 separate times without going back to the tools. Like you're talking about stuff that would stress me out for like 3 days. You could ask Sin, I still forget how we actually do the actual setup because we are always breaking things all the time. Um, so if you do have land, put those damn tools in. It takes like 2 seconds. Rustan's been able to make custom GLB files that run through the admin tools. So we keep getting more power given. It's just coming out in times where we're all not in sync. So I just wanted to put that out there because it makes a huge difference for events people.
Yep. And Alpha, if you're still here, I think you popped down. Yeah, I mean we've gotten some brand new. We basically, if it came down to it, we don't need to pay for an RTMP server anymore. Like if you know, if you were a new user, didn't know much about it, but like you found in the docs how to put in the admin tools and yeah, yeah, just start streaming your own content onto Decentraland. Like it's doable. And to even further that, it's like doable to even like make it a multi-stream because all you would do is take that RTMP information that is given to you on Decentraland and put it into Restream that and hook that Restream up to your other socials, and then boom, you're streaming to all your platforms using a free RTMP server. So yeah, the future is here. So Kanessa, I'm hungry.
Yeah, I have other human beings who are hungry, and I should probably
Mm,
feed them.
grr. Yes. All right. I think this should be our our point where we start to wind down here. Maybe we get some final thoughts from some speakers, uh, questions, comments, concerns. Concerns go to HR, but let's see. Let's see if Toxic Waifu has any inspirational words for us tonight. Yes, very profound. Thank you, Toxic. Thank you. Jared?
I just keep thinking expletive DCL. I suppose that's not very helpful.
Only 1 week. It wasn't forever anymore. So we are making progress.
It's not.
We have already made
Well,
progress.
I suspect the Discord ban, which is the thing I think is most unjust and makes me the angriest, isn't just for a week, and therefore nothing. I still think without access to being able to ask them how their incompetently put together technology works, you can't really make anything in Decentraland. So I would argue that that's actually a big.
1 more
I'd
week.
rather be banned from
Let's see what
Decentraland than
happens for the
Discord.
first week, and we'll try the next week.
Yeah.
Dude, it was
What
great to hear
Decentraland?
from Alpha. I miss you, buddy. From Alt Space VR to beyond, we miss you, my G. Always insightful, and we love having you fucking thinking with us. Keep fucking building. Try something that scares you, and come party tonight. There are gonna be vibes. ABC, Rustan, naked women, Stony. I mean, I don't know that it gets really much better. If they're naked dudes too, everybody could have what they want. Everybody gets ice cream tonight. I'm gonna do
Yeah.
that was totally the neighbor who was heckling me, by the way, so it's pretty great.
uh, Yeah. I mean, definitely, you do have a point, and I mean, like today, I mean, we just had Alpha come through, and he's still listening in. Yeah, Alpha, yeah, definitely come through tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern. Rustan is hosting a very, very special event. Actually, there's two very special events. ABC 3-year anniversary, ABC Decentraland Tours. I know you know what that is. And so yeah, there's also Rustan. He's going to be body painting from a gallery in real life. And Stony is going to be DJing. In real life with Rustan while he body paints. So and he's streaming it to Decentraland, and then Decentraland is going to be playing on an 82-inch screen, I believe, at that gallery. So should be super exciting, and it's it's us like doing things, pushing our limits, and yeah, finding what works. Oh man, I just saw Felons pop in. I'm so sorry, bro, but we're just starting to close down. We love you, Felons. Um, and yeah, much love to you. Thank you for coming through. Uh, I see you out there, my dog. Much love. And yeah, everyone, check out Felons. Check out his music. He's a pretty he's a pretty cool dude, and I really recommend you hitting him, banging his DM, and saying what's up to him. All right. Well, I'm gonna pass it. Let's see. Have I said any final thoughts? I mean, we talked about the ABC, the Riviera. What is tomorrow? Is there anything tomorrow?
I
I
don't
don't
think
think
so.
so. Well, I want to not almost finalize, but at least have a draft of the CBD 3-year performances, or like a timeline in a way by this weekend. Um, so yeah, expect that to come from me. An event post as well, and even just like also an initial a post about the event on X and all socials. So yeah, and as we get closer to the event, we'll start putting out more details and information. And yeah, should be fun, everyone. Um, let's see, what else do I have to say beyond the NFT? Once again, oh, I hate to do this. I've been so freaking distracted doing other things this past week. I haven't had a guest. Who wants to come on and bullshit with me? We'll see. We'll see. All right. Well, we'll see if there's a guest. If not, there will definitely be video games. Canessa, I will pass it over to you for final thoughts.
Thank you. I'm sorry I'm going to bring the mood down a little bit, because in the United States it is a 3-day weekend. It is Memorial Day, and I think that it is worth just taking a little moment of our time with all of the issues that we consider important to stop and just kind of take a bigger perspective, bigger picture, that you know, there's a lot bigger uh not bigger things in life, but a lot of people have sacrificed for us to have the freedom to be upset about what our game is doing. And so I'm just going to talk about like the Memorial Day, like just how it originated. I did not know this. Memorial Day originated in the late 1860s as a way to honor fallen soldiers from the Civil War, with the first national observance occurring on May 30th, 1868. It was initially called Decoration Day due to the tradition of decorating soldiers' graves with flowers, wreaths, and flags. Over time, the observance expanded to include all American military personnel who died in service, not just those from the Civil War. So I know we have a global audience, but those of us in the US, it is a time to um, just honor those who, all gave some, but some gave all. So this Monday, I guess, as that rolls around, yeah, just maybe reflect and honor those people in a way that is meaningful to you. So we will leave you with that, and then meet up next week for week 157. 3 years. And don't forget to go to ABC tonight. ABC Decentraland. They're giving away a half an ETH hat and a parcel of land, I think. So those are.
It's not because I forgot that I won't be there.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Can you be there? Can you come, please?
Jared, they're doing it on Twitch. I'm not sure what their giveaway is, but I think it's answering questions. I don't know. So yes, be safe, be well, and have a good week. We will see you next week.